Right.
Go for it.
But this time we are a go. We're talking
Right.
about ancient technologies and we're talking about modern stuff. That was really throwing me off. But we're talking about ancient technologies as in the invention of tools. We looked at how a flint tool was basically made. Well, that was in, I suppose that would have been the first type of invention, but the wheel was an invention that's gone right through and it hasn't changed its shape, has it? So that's that's something that's different to me. But
Um,
all the other tools have changed shapes, like the stone tools. They've same principle if they're using it as an axe or a hammer or something. But what old tools or technologies were around for when the wheel was around? Because they had to make the wheel, and they had to
Oh,
make
Terry,
yes.
sorry, didn't mean to interrupt, but I can think of a technology that predates the wheel that we still use every single day. In fact, that we all use multiple times every single day.
Hmm? You
The
got something
clay
you can think
pot,
of?
Fire.
clay pots. I mean,
I, I
we
haven't
have a
got
whole
any.
range of different clay pots now.
I haven't
I've
got a
got
clay
a
pot.
what? You mean you've got? You mean you've got no mugs or plates or bowls or anything in your house that are ceramic?
No. I'm still using a stone platter.
It's got wooden ones.
And what are you drinking out of?
My bamboo mug.
Be interested this morning.
You ought to see the kettle. Sorry, Alan.
But yeah, ceramics.
Yeah.
It's essentially ceramics are probably as old as in tools.
Yeah. Well, it is a tool, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's certainly a technology.
Mm-hmm.
And I just want to let people know out in the side chat, you're naked because I done a culling because of last night's fiasco with stock accounts and all sorts of things were going on. So the only way I could repair it, just everyone lost their spanner for now, but you all behave yourself. The people that do come in regular and do behave themselves, that is. They may be getting their spanner back, but I can't say when because I'll just have to do it periodically during the night as I see you as a regular. Anyway, back to what we're talking about. Peter, you did give me some information that we could use as an overview. Um, Thinking which one would be an average or a basic. What's that one you gave? Like a little picture book thing. Okay. Tell me I closed too many tabs. I open up tabs and then I end up closing tabs. Where'd it go? I have to go back and find it.
Do you need it?
Well, what I've also, I don't know where to start really because I've got something here like even a new discovery of ancient tools throws timeline of out the window. I don't know what this is. See what this is all about because that's where we're basically working from. I can't get rid of that bit at the top. Start. Here we go. Plotting the gradual advancement of mankind is a tricky thing for archaeologists. Researchers are forced to draw from rare artifacts, using them to make rough estimates of when certain groups of primitive humans were achieving important milestones such as art and tool making. To flesh out the details in between, we're left with little more than educated guesses. the new discovery of ancient axes is flying in the face of what scientists thought they knew, and pushing back presumed technological timeline of Homo sapiens by tens of thousands of years. The research, which is a result of large collaboration of international researchers as well as scientists from the Smithsonian National Museum of Natural History, points to human tool making and even the trading of goods occurring as far back as 320,000 years. Okay. Can we take turns in reading? Because my eyes will start blurring out as soon as I get to.
Yeah, I'll do. I'll do a spell if you want. Right, where are we? The tools were discovered in southern Kenya, which is no surprise since all of our most important clues about early Homo sapiens have originated in Africa. The tools include primitive handheld axes, which were fashioned into rough teardrop shapes. These hand axes would have made quick work of branches, but may also have been used to process game killed during hunting. In addition to the larger axes, smaller, more specialised tools were discovered that may have been crafted for different purposes, potentially even as projectile weapons. What's particularly interesting about these smaller implements is that they are made of obsidian and volcanic stones, which were not naturally occurring in the area. This suggests that the stones were actually traded between ancient peoples living many miles apart. This change to a very sophisticated set of behaviours that involved greater mental abilities and more complex social lives may have been the leading edge that distinguished our lineage from other early humans. That's Rick Potts with the Smithsonian's Humans Origins Program. Right, thank you. Theories surrounding the advancement of human social and technological behaviours are plentiful, but the researchers believe that climate shifts may have been the most important factor. The region was also a geological hotspot, with irregular earthquakes and other hazards that would have made life quite difficult for primitive human groups. These challenges may have been what pushed the ancient humans to begin developing new ways of living, the researchers say. Yes, I mean,
it throws a lot of stuff into it, doesn't it? Because you never think of the social part of it to do with like moving around if they're not settled, because they weren't into agriculture as such, so we weren't settling down in groups that much. We were just hunter-gatherers.
No, back then we were still hunter-gatherers. There weren't villages, towns, cities, nothing like that. We haven't got that far yet.
But it also brings in another level, Terry, where they mentioned that it wasn't a volcanic area where these implements were found, and which brings in that whole economic side of things, of barter and trade. You know, these are synonymously known for more educated cultures and higher level cultures.
Yeah.
So our branch of
it shows that we were getting quite advanced and civilized much earlier than was first thought.
And that'd bring it back to how in the evolutionary chain of where our species of humans developed, because we were able to think past certain things and develop things that actually made our species continue, like the compared to the Neanderthals and other early humanoid species that we found out that were on the evolutionary tree.
Yep. Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
I think it's safe to say that probably people certainly of our age, as we were taught when we were kids and what we were told at school, I think most of that is getting thrown out the window, because obviously the more people look, the more they find. I think there's evidence to show that humans as we know them, Homo sapiens, us, we go back a lot further than has been thought for years. Because there's more and more evidence turning up all the time. And it's this sort of thing that implies you've got people using stone tools in an area where that stone wasn't available. Well, it didn't sprout legs and walk. So it does imply it got there somehow, and that would suggest trade. And if it suggests trade, that suggests a common language, society beginning, and this is so much earlier than was first thought.
I'm just going by this graph here. We can get an overview of the area where we're talking about. Well, the tool use, so just around 2 million years. But then we got, was it proto language?
Proto.
Language.
As somebody famously said, when we learnt to talk.
Yeah, but I would have thought that the social interactions thing would go back much further than that, even before spoken language. But there you go.
Oh, sure,
Well,
yeah, grunts,
communication
body
had to
language.
be there in some form.
Because with the damn brain fart. Yeah, I mean we are a social species, so one would expect social interactions without language, because we see social interactions in any other species that are social, don't we?
Yeah.
I mean,
but having language makes that so much easier.
Yeah, I mean, you only have to look at dogs, dogs, various other species that live in groups, and and of course, many of the other great apes, the chimps, the gorillas, etc. They live in social groups, and they have social interactions, and they do not have language. So
having a language gives you you can get across ideas and concepts.
Yes, that's the point. Things like making better tools.
Yes,
because I mean it also depends on what you call tool use. Because if you're going to include pushing a stick into a termite mound to get termites out as tool use, which we see in other large primates,
and some birds. And birds, yep.
Yeah, that
monkeys.
It's yeah, I guess I guess looking at the comments in the oh yeah, definitions of tool use and social interactions are not defined. But if they're not defined, then they put them in a timeline like this.
Yeah, but I mean, there can be a lot of social interaction without sort of a language, but that only gets you so far. How much better you are when you do have a shared language. You can say, "You see that stone axe you're using?
How did you make
actually polish it? It works better and it would last longer. Give that a go." That sort of thing. And then, like Davros pointed out, social interaction for mutual benefit. Instead of just fighting each other, you're now helping each other.
I think, but you see that. You see that in other species without language, helping, altruistic tendencies and all the rest of it. You see that across many other species that don't have language.
I think when they're talking about the
language makes it easier.
I think when they're talking about the social interactions, though, they're more alluding to. So you'll have the small bands of monkeys, whereas if two bands come too close together, they're quite likely to fight. They're quite likely to lead to a skirmish of some description. Whereas humans at that level, if two groups of humans will come together, alluding to the fact that they're more likely to trade and have social interactions that way, and work as a common goal as it would be in, if that makes sense at all.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, I think that's what that article was alluding to, the fact that these obsidian tools had been carried a very, very long distance from their original location implies that they may have been traded between groups a very, very long time ago. And that could be the distinction, you know, what made us different from our parent population,
Yeah.
our group.
I mean,
you know, the brand.
Flint tools are found all over the world, but flint isn't found all over the world.
No. And like I said the other day, even some of the very earliest flint, I think flint from like Norfolk, from the flint seams that we have here in Norfolk and Cambridgeshire, that tools made from that have been found all over Western Europe.
Yep.
Indicating that yes, flint was being, this stuff was being traded across the continent. Because we had a good supply, we had a decent supply of good quality flint here, and the quality of the material matters almost as much as the abundance of it. Because you want decently formed cobbles to make decent tools.
But even the concept of trade, how it would have evolved. Were you at war? Were you at war with each other, and you just took what they had, or something? You don't know even how that could have even developed as a human interaction. You got something I want? Well, yeah.
They've got it.
I don't
We're gonna
know
take
if it developed as trade first, though.
It probably eventually turned to trade rather than people stealing it. Someone probably thought, hang on a minute, we actually trade. That's better for both of us.
Yeah, I think that's it can well be. Well, you've got all this flint stuff.
Yeah, we've got all this food.
Yeah, this is the food we've hunted. Here's some food in exchange for some flint.
I think. Oh, good grief! Who's the chap? Who's the scientist in the wheelchair? The great physicist.
Stephen Hawking.
Oh, Stephen
Hawking. Thank you, Stephen Hawkins. He recorded a little bit for Pink Floyd at the start of their song "Keep Talking," in that wonderful electronic voice that he used, and he basically said, "For millions of years, mankind lived just like the animals. Then something happened which unleashed the power of our imagination. We learned to talk."
Well, I was going to say before, when you were referencing the trading of the flint, it may have been even something more simple that actually started them trading or bartering or whatever. And that could have been something as simple as, we've got all the flint, but you've got all those lovely sticks that are the perfect thickness for a handle.
Yeah.
If you give us some of your handles, we'll give you some of our flint so that you can turn it into a tool.
Or we'll take all those, or we'll take the antlers off all the deer you can kill, because they have the perfect. They make the perfect digging pick for what we're digging the flints out with. So you go and get us some digging tools, and we'll dig you up some flints.
Yep.
Yeah.
Some
and
cobbles,
then we're clever enough to make the flints to bash you, so we don't have to give you any more antlers.
But the thing is, when you think about it,
human instinct again, isn't it?
The amount of effort required to make, I mean, I know Grimes Graves, etc., are much newer, because obviously for a lot of this time, much of Northern Europe was under rather a lot of ice. But the thing is that the amount of time you need to dig these flints up means that you're not necessarily able to be hunting during that time. And for people who were still essentially hunter-gatherers, that shows that's got to be the earliest division of labour.
Yeah.
You guys dig up the tools we're going to use while we go off and hunt the food for you.
Yeah.
We'll deal with the hunting, you deal with the digging up the flints. Because I'm absolutely certain that quarrying flint like that was a skilled job that you couldn't just throw somebody in and expect them to be able to do it.
No, nip
effectively
flip
without
napping. Yeah.
Without any experience.
Flip napping is quite a skilled job.
Yeah. I was thinking more just quarrying, when you look at Grimes' graves, that's digging those tunnels so that they don't collapse on you is kind of a bit of a skilled thing to do.
Yeah.
So you're not just gonna shove anybody down there to do it. You're gonna shove people who are going to be doing that are people who know what they're who know what they're doing. It's not going to be something that you're going to have everybody do. And I'm sure that is kind of how barter started, and like you say, then and also between different groups. We have this, you have that. I'll take so many of them for so many of these.
Yeah, as Demon Orb says, shush, my flints are napping. Zee.
Yeah.
Hi, Aaron. Nice to see you join.
Hello,
I
Aaron.
see Aaron's out there.
Yeah.
Oh, fuck it. I should.
Professor Phil's here.
Alan's just sat on a needle. Or was that a flint? Was that a flint out?
Professor Phil is teasing us.
It feels like somebody's just stuck a flint arrowhead in the small of my back.
Ow.
We're talking about ancient technologies, and Professor Phil's talking about Einstein.
Yeah, but Professor Phil has left us all hanging.
It's not.
Yes, because he hasn't told us who he's been talking to.
And he said blah 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 field equations with some smart graduates and made this comment.
Yeah, no, he put the answer in there. he finished. Just scroll up a little bit.
Oh, so he's talking.
Who's he talking to then about it?
So
Just
the
in
flat
general.
wit replies, no, they don't complement. One is Euclidean 3, space of force of mass attracting mass. The other is the bending of two man-made concepts at a completely different system. Is that between Albert and Newton?
Yeah.
I knew there was a difference. I just could never word it properly.
Yeah.
I put it at the apple fell from the tree.
Blue.
The apple fell from the tree, and Einstein explained why.
Yeah. And Einstein just made it a lot more finer detail.
Yeah, there's a reason we still teach Newtonian physics in school, because it works.
Yeah.
Yeah.
When you're building a bridge, you'd use Newtonian. If you're doing scientific nuclear exploration, you'd use Einstein.
If you're flying GPS satellites around the Earth, you might worry about Einstein.
Yeah.
whilst using Newtonian physics.
Yeah.
Did you, Alan?
Okay,
Yes.
okay. Davos reckons that was a stupid comment.
Did you check your email?
Oh,
Hey, Blue.
no, I haven't. Not this morning.
Blue's done some recording, I suspect.
I might have to go and check my email, mightn't I?
You might, yeah.
Okay, Davros, why was that a stupid comment?
What comment?
I said Newton's apple fell from the tree, and Einstein explained why.
Download.
Oh, Davros is talking about the flat whip replies.
That's for context in text and chat always can come across.
Hey,
Anyway. Back
hello,
back,
Mippet.
Yeah, Mippet's here. Pippet's here. You noticed everyone's naked out in the chat, Blue?
Yeah. Are you punishing them
No,
for
well,
something?
there was some collateral damage. I mean, there
Uh-huh.
was a lot of collateral damage. So I just clean slated the whole lot of it, because from last night we had that problem with people coming into the chat and I didn't know who they were. So I thought,
Yep.
we'll just give a clean slate.
Hawk accounts.
Yeah.
Because they're too scared to use their own name. Because they're chickens.
So if I do know regulars that come in, like say that Davros bloke, like John Rapp, when it doesn't move I can do it, but I'll wait till they reply again. I've only got a small window to work with. So
right.
where does that
I'm
leave
gonna
us?
bail and come.
Sorry?
I'm going to bail and come back because everything's freezing on there. Looks like I'm going to have to reboot the PC. So I shall be back in a few minutes.
Yeah, we'll
All
still
right,
be
Dad.
here, I think.
Oh, I suspect you might be, yes. Okay, see you guys in a bit.
Oh, boy.
Hey,
Haters.
Hey, what's this begging out there in the peanut gallery? Me! Me!
I don't know, Terry. That Allen guy seems pretty irregular to me.
I still haven't found out.
oh, hang on, Terry. Before you give Globey one, can I do something?
Oh shit!
Oh, you're cruel, Peter.
No, I won't. Probably the only chance I'd ever get to do
Well,
it.
we've only got one professor in the chai chat, so we definitely have to give a spanner to the only professor. So that's fair.
Yeah, he can have one.
Renee and me, yeah, I'm a bad guy. Oh, sorry then,
Oh.
Renee and me, you don't get a spanner then.
No.
And Spook, we were all collateral damage.
There's a blue marble science. I don't know. Is that a soccer count?
That's
Yeah,
God.
probably.
Yeah, that's God. That's
Is that
God's
God's
soccer
soccer
count.
count? That could be God's
Yes,
soccer
it is.
count.
Yeah.
God's soccer
Yeah.
count. That's what it is.
Yeah. Yeah.
Front.
This is God
Is
and the
that
world
the real
still a
Hannah?
globe.
Peter, that'd be the real Hannah Anderson, wouldn't it?
I guess it would be.
I'm pretty sure that's her.
Yeah, I think we need a demonstration of God telling us that the world's a globe. That's pretty funny.
It was well worth it.
Yeah.
B-ball,
Yeah.
everyone used to have one, so
Yeah.
don't feel that like you're special.
That is the real Hannah, Terry.
Okay.
Oh, right.
Yeah, that's Hannah.
Hello, Hannah.
And B-ball. Look, I haven't got time to do this all the time. I'll have to get back to what we're doing. So I'll get you as I go. If you're still in the chat typing, I'll get you as you come through.
Yeah, Hannah says, yes, I'm the real deal.
Okay. Where were we? So we've done rocks. So what can we do after a rock?
What?
What?
Paper? Scissors?
rock, paper, scissors.
Devereaux says Blue gave Oakley $25 for his GoFundMe. Take his spanner away. I'm gonna boot his ass.
Yeah.
Why would Blue be dealing with pounds?
Exactly. Davros, you're just a shill. You work for Oakley, don't you, Davros?
Okay.
Yeah,
I
I didn't
think
like
he's
you.
an Oakley. I think that's an Oakley sock account.
Yeah, I reckon. All this time we thought he was on our side and he's just Oakley, pretending to be an Australian.
Oh, okay. This is. I don't think we've read this one. yet.
Spooky Bed Hair says, I'm the real Hannah Anderson.
Oh no!
No,
Okay.
me and my
We got
wife.
the wrong one.
Me,
No.
me and my wife are the real Hannah Anderson.
No, my motorbike I ride every day.
Oh well,
is
the
the
real Hannah
Hannah
Anderson, please stand up so I can give him a spanner.
Please stand up. Please stand up.
I'm an underpants account. Oh, okay, Demon. All right, where was I? We hadn't done this article yet, had we? Oldest tools outside Africa found, rewriting history. We didn't read this one, did we?
Oh no.
No, this one just had the pictures and stuff, Terry. But it went into it a little bit deeper, that's all.
Yeah, I thought this one might be because I'd like to cover some information about this before we move on to the next.
That'd be interesting.
No.
Globehead want to know? I am naked like Bandy. It isn't a pretty sight. Different type of naked.
Yeah, just tie a knot in it.
Well, obviously I'm not being but what's the word for it? If I just say Aussies can definitely get a spanner, I'm not being discriminative or whatever it is.
Discriminative.
Yes. Yeah, you're being discriminated.
Bless you.
If you're an Aussie, you get a spanner, but I'm not being discriminative.
Racist.
Racist.
And if you live anywhere else in the world, well, you can
Okay,
move.
President Modi.
You can move. Yeah.
Blue, I just disappeared off quickly and listened to the Ten Commandments. That was brilliant.
There's only 10.
Oh,
Yeah,
there's
you-
also Genesis, but that's going to be much longer to listen to.
Yeah, that one takes a few minutes.
Maybe
Yeah,
he can't push play, Mippet.
Ten Commandments was like 2.5 minutes.
Nag.
I
Oh,
don't
sorry,
know.
that's not the right respond to this one. Because it's not a bloody video.
Why does Pip have one? Because
Why
she's
does-
Scottish.
Oh.
And
Because
she
I'm
reads well.
me.
Yeah, and she
yeah, well,
reads well.
there's one from Scotland, there's one from Britain. We haven't got one from Ireland.
A real Aussie would just steal a spanner, according to Spook. Oh, you're on fire tonight.
One from Britain. Who's the one from England?
Oh, Renee and me. No, you haven't done nothing wrong. Please don't be like that, people.
Don't get upset.
Yep.
Oh, knowing John, he's just kidding.
Don't
It's
take
happened
this.
before.
Everyone's equal except the guys with and girls.
Oh yeah,
with spanners.
we're going to have a South African. We're going to have a South African representation.
Oh, hang on,
Hello,
Terry.
Carl.
I'll go get Roxy to come in then. Oh, mate, Carl's here. It's all right.
That was Carl I was talking about.
Yeah,
How
do
many
we have any
Americans?
Americans with spanners yet?
No. I
No,
haven't
because
got one.
What, isn't Hannah American?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, right. Yep.
She's German.
Is she?
She's
She's not
German.
American. German American.
I'm kidding.
We've got to give that.
How come
Spooky...
two Australians? You got two Australians.
Wait a minute. I've got to give Spooky Banner, otherwise he'll.
No cure for me says, like I've said before, I'm not an Aussie, but when I die, I want to be reincarnated as one.
Dave,
Not with that
Dave,
axe.
Dave Cannabis just wants to get timed out. He doesn't want a spanner.
Yeah, 4. He keeps
Yeah.
putting 4.
Yeah, he's not going to get a spanner now.
Davros has put 4. What's the 4 for? 4.
4.
I think they're playing golf.
Yeah, must
I
be playing
guess
golf.
so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, who's the reader for this bit?
Oh.
I can read. Oh shit! I need a bigger screen.
Or glasses.
No, I've got glasses. It's just I haven't got it on the full
Well-
screen.
We'll get you one of those magnifying glasses, you know, the flat square ones, Terry, that you hold up in front of the book. I got one. I got one
Like
of
the
them.
old man from Up.
Yeah, I got one of them for me mum when she said she needed new glasses, and she didn't see the funny side.
She
And
didn't.
clout round it lugs.
No, she just gave me one of those evil looks that mothers do over the top of her glasses. You know that. Oh, my Christmas present's going to be crap this year now.
How far we got to read?
For tonight's non-existent videos.
Oh, that's not what we need to know.
Ha!
It did have something about tools on there.
Yeah, I'm looking
Yeah.
here, but then it goes to that.
Yeah, no. So
There.
Yeah,
Who
more
made
tools.
the tools?
Yeah, we got. Yeah, it seems to be tools stuff. It's all to do with tools.
Well, not just tool, technology.
Well, yeah. We're leading up to the technology of it.
Well, I mean, technically, language would count, like as a technology.
yes, it would.
Okay. Oldest tools outside Africa found rewriting human story. New evidence suggests that our ancient cousins left the continent much earlier than thought. Modern humans' distant relatives left Africa earlier than previously thought, rewriting a key chapter in humankind's epic prequel, according to a discovery unveiled on Wednesday in Nature. Nearly 100 stone tools found at the Shenzhen site in central China may push back the spread of our ancient cousins, homonyms, out of Africa by more than a quarter million years. The toolmakers lived in Shenzhen on and off for 800,000 years between 2.1 and 1.3 million years ago, leaving behind tools that are unprecedented outside of Africa. The site's oldest tools are roughly 300 years older than Dmanisi,
Manisi. The money.
a
Manisi.
1.8 million year old site in the Republic of Georgia. Georgia?
The old,
That
Yeah,
sounds
so
familiar.
that's-
Weren't we talking about
Yeah, it's
that
part
the
of
other
Russia.
night?
That's the one in
Yeah,
Russia.
we
Russia.
talked about Dmanisi. Yeah,
Yeah, with
Yeah.
the oldest known fossils of our
Former
ancient
Soviet-
cousins. Yeah, the skeletons.
yeah,
and
the
stuff.
former republic, Soviet Republic of Georgia.
Yeah,
Yeah.
about the fossils there. Yeah. Existent cousin Homo erectus. Okay. And there's some pictures of some stone tools. Okay. Some of the stone
Rocks.
artifacts from Shenzhen's oldest sediment layers. Finding artifacts that you knew were around 2 million years old and therefore the oldest outside Africa was for me a Paleon. I'm going to read out a big word.
Oh, theropus.
Paleontologist. Really excited. Says
Paleoanthropologist.
co-author Robin Dennell, a professor at the University of Exeter. More people have climbed Everest than found stone tools that old. I've always said that once the Chinese researchers started looking for evidence on a similar scale as all the money spent in Africa, things will turn up, exclaimed Gerrit van der Berg, a paleoanthropologist at the University of Wollongong. Oh, Wollongong! Hey, Wollongong! That's me.
Oh,
You've
That's
got a
me.
university.
That's me.
Hey, hang on. Now you can see why I put that one in there, Terry.
Yeah, that's me. University of Wollongong. Who wasn't
You're the
involved
University of. Oh wow!
Well, I live in Wollongong, so it's
I'm honored.
so that's the university in Wollongong. He wasn't involved with the study, though. It again shows how little we actually know. Okay. Oh. Next. Who?
All right.
Anybody? Volunteer?
I'll do it.
Okay. You got to do it in an Aussie accent, Pip.
Oh, God, I can't do an Aussie accent. I can't. I'm not even going to try. Today's modern humans, Homo sapiens, trace back to a migratory pulse that left Africa some 60,000 years ago. But that migration was hardly the first to leave the continent, nor were modern humans the only hominins to make the trip. Remains of Homo erectus have been found from Georgia to Java. Neanderthals' ancestors trekked to Europe roughly 500,000 years ago. At least 700,000 years ago, early hominins somehow swept through the South Pacific, giving rise to the Hobbit, Homo florensis, and other island toolmakers. Some sites have hinted at an even old hominin presence in Asia. In the 1980s, researchers suggested that stone tools in Pakistan could be as old as 2 million years old. In 2004, a Chinese team found 1.66 million-year-old stone tool in North China's Niuan Basin. And in 2015, researchers made the case that a Homo erectus skull found less than 3 miles from Sanshen was more than 1.6 million years old. You want me to read that?
I don't think that's relevant because
Just a
it's
photo. No.
Yeah,
not
it's
showing.
just-
Yeah, I
Yeah,
think
it's
that's
just the picture, Terry.
Convinced that China had even older sites, Zhao Zhu, the new study's lead author and a geologist at the Chinese Academy of Sciences, started digging at Zanshen in 2004. In July 2007, one of Zhu's colleagues at the site noticed a stone in a steep outcrop, which turned out to be a hominin-modified toe. By 2017, Zhu's team had uncovered a 240-foot-thick sequence of soil at Zanshen with 17 layers bearing stone tools. My colleagues and I were all very excited, said Zhu. This sequence is too massive and spectacular. But precisely when were the tools made? To find out, Zhu's team measured the varying magnetic fields in the tool-bearing soil layers.
And to explain the magnetic bearing thing is they take they take the stone from where it's situated, where it lays. They do a vector with the compass of how it lays, and then they take it back to the laboratory, and then they'll analyse the magnetic. I did read about this, but now I've forgotten the words. How things line up in the magnetics of the molecules or whatever.
Because the poles move around periodically.
Yeah.
By looking at which way, as it's laid down, anything that's magnetic in the sediment will align itself with the local magnetic field. So you can follow the changes in the magnetic directions back through time as the poles move around and switch. So it gives you a reasonably good estimation of how long something's been there by how the pole is moved, how the poles have moved.
Yeah, exactly what it says here. By comparing Shangsheng sediments to well-dated African soils that preserve the same magnetic reversals, Zhu could accurately assign ages to each Shangsheng layer. 6 of the 96 tools discovered in the study were found in a layer dating back 2.12 million years. Whoa. Okay. Did we get a date for any African toolings of stone tools? I don't know if I remember any of that.
I found one that showed 2.6 million years.
Okay,
Let's see if I can.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, this is in
I was
China,
going to say
so
about the same time period.
yeah, because they're trying to say that this could be dated to well-dated African soils. Yeah, okay. So who made the tools? Next, who wants to?
Nobody really knows because there's no fossils.
Oh, the thing is most likely they brought them with them, Terry.
Yeah, that's what
You
we
know,
don't know. Did they say what those stone tools were made of, or no, we haven't got to that bit yet? Don't know. I haven't read all this. Since there aren't hominin fossils alongside Shang-Chen's tools, nobody knows for sure who made them. Homo erectus, the toolmakers at Dmancy, may have been responsible. The hominin species made stone tools and had the sort of build and walking gait needed to cross continents. But the species' oldest known fossils are about 1.8 million years old, much younger than Shang-Chen's oldest tools. So what's that, a picture of nestled in the hillside in China, as Shang-Chi promised? This dig site exposes Shang-Chen's oldest stone tools. Chinese Academy of Science geologist, I don't know, somebody zoo, and his colleagues excavated the area for 13 years. Wow. It is entirely possible that Homo erectus occupied China at this time, but given the age of the site and the possibility that artifacts may be found at even earlier ages, another member of the genus Homo may have occupied Asia, such as Homo habilis-like ancestor, says Michael Petroglia, Max Planck Institute paleoanthropologist who studied ancient tools from Asia. Okay. Maria somebody Torres, the director of Spain's National Centre of Study of Human Evolution and a world authority on ancient hominin fossils, says that even some Chinese hominin fossils once labelled as H. erectus are worth a second look. Oh.
Are you struggling, John? Somebody take
How
over.
much more we got? Oh, that's the last bit. Just that bit.
That's the last chunk, isn't it?
Where are we up to down here? Yeah, haven't got much to go.
Yep.
Next.
Of course.
whose turn is it?
Oh. I suppose it helps if I remember to use the shift key instead of the control key. especially when I have control thingy as a shortcut for the soundboard.
Oh, sorry, sarcastic barman. I think it was 2.6. 2.6 I said, or 1.8. Oh no, that's the known fossils.
Oh, you need to go up a bit
2.12 million years old. Estimated age.
Yeah.
Well, that gives. I mean, what? Didn't they find Homo erectus? No, not Homo erectus. Homo habilis in Africa, like 2.5 million years. So that gives them 400,000 years to get to China. It's not that long a walk.
No.
They stopped and took several rests along the way.
Who's reading?
Oh, I'll read.
Okay.
It's time to accept that not all hominins found in Asia fit in the Asian H. erectus taxon, a species that has been largely employed as a blanket term, she says. I think that the question about the first Asian hominin identity is not closed yet. Regardless, Shang-Chen's toolmakers would have had brains about the third size of our own. While brain size isn't everything, experts say, that's what she said, that it's astounding that such early, small brain humans made it from Africa to China some 2 million years ago. Future work will shed light on these who these mysterious hominins were. Dennell says that he'd love to look at sediments older than 2.1 million years, which they couldn't readily do at Shang-Shen because farms now cover them. Elsewhere in Asia, more stunning finds are all but guaranteed. For a long time, the scientific community has given a secondary role to Asia versus Africa in explaining relevant episodes of our evolution, says Martignon Torres. With more field work at Asia, I'm sure that more surprises are to come.
I still believe that we evolved from Asia rather than Africa.
Well, just think that they think we came from Africa because that's the earliest remains we found.
Yeah.
Doesn't mean to say they are the earliest remains. If they're earlier, we just haven't found them yet.
Yeah, I still reckon, because if you look through our history of population and that, most have evolved from Asia, not Africa. If you look at the actual travel of all big civilizations, they all virtually started from China, that sort of area.
But I also look at it to do with the family tree of the ape type. The tree with where we came from and other apes developed as well. When you look at how many apes and monkeys are around, to how many, in comparison to how many humanoid type human species there could have been. Like we know that the Neanderthals dropped away, and there was other types as well that dropped out, and we were the only ones left, or the ones that survived. But even our like with different continents, with the Africans and the Asians, and it's hard to say, which ones are the original descent, which ones are the original descendants.
Yeah. When you think, we're basing all this on a few sort of partial remains and bits of bone, and but like I said earlier, the more we look, the more we find. So I'm sure as the years progress, we're going to find out more. We're going to be able to sort of travel further back in time, so to speak. Who knows?
Well, we came, like Sarcastic saying, the humans came from Europe. Yeah, well, we could have came from all. Originally, we could have all been all over the place. It's just who survived. The survival of the fittest, so to speak.
Yeah, the guy that could run. The guy that could run the fastest. That's the guy that survived. You don't have to outrun the lion. You just got to outrun that doofus next to you.
Yeah.
or kick him in the shins as he goes past.
I was going to say, unless the doofus has got a big pointy stick, he can stick in you and slow you down.
Yeah.
Have you watched my video on evolution AR by Genesis? Professor Phil wanted about that.
Nope.
Yeah. Nope, we haven't. I'd like to say hello to
on the list.
Hello to IFTH in the side chat. I've not seen that before.
If.
Okay.
Oh, dude.
Oh, bless you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That wasn't a bless you.
No, that wasn't.
That was a change. That was a change of trousers, wasn't it?
that was somebody who just got stabbed in the small of the back with
what are you insinuating, True Blue? There's still a few Neanderthals around, and they've learnt to use YouTube.
Correct, farmers. That was somebody just being stabbed in the back by a sharp, pointy stick.
I thought it was. That's pretty much the same sound you made the last time.
Okay.
Yeah, it was fortunate that I was able to find the mute button because
whoever it is that keeps stabbing you, tell him to stop it.
Yeah.
I think that might be down to just me moving a little bit.
Well, clearly you're not sitting still enough, then, are you?
No.
Not fidgeting.
Yes.
I didn't really want to get too much into this one because I think this one's probably self-explanatory, but we can find some more information. Well, obviously fire, would that be classed as a tool? Or
technology. It's both.
Technology.
It's technology.
Technology. There was a lot of technology involved with fire.
Yes. If we couldn't make and control fire, you certainly wouldn't have progressed out of the Stone Age. I don't think. Well, you wouldn't. You couldn't. You know. Soon as you look at mankind moving out of the Stone Age and into, say, the Bronze Age, you're immediately looking at how do you form metals from the raw ore? Well, you have to smelt it. How do you smelt it? You need heat. For heat, you need fire.
Oh, even
And
before that,
smelt it, dealt it.
even before that, because once we got fire, we were able to cook our food, which meant when we were to kill an animal, the meat is cooked, which means that we can actually absorb the nutrition a lot better. Also, with things like your yams, potatoes, and your root vegetables, with them being cooked, we can absorb the starches, or the complex starches are broken down into something that we can absorb a lot quicker, which means we don't need to work as hard to get the amount of energy that we need to operate. And also with that, things like meats and fish become somewhat more of a better substance to help with brain development. Which the long story of that is that with better brains, you have better ideas, which also means that you can invent better technologies.
Having read ahead on that on the page there, oh look, 400,000 years ago, 400,000 year old wooden pokey sticks hardened in fire, found embedded in the remains of animals.
Yep. How do you know? Were you there, Alan?
And we all
How
know
to defend
that
yourself against a man armed with a banana. What about a pointed stick?
Yeah.
and we're all more than aware that, you know, a pointed stick is one of the first tools that any species first learns to use, be it the chimpanzees using a pointed stick to pull out termites out of the mound, be it the birds or whatever. But a pointed stick, it's one of the most primitive early tools and technologies that anyone or any species can learn to use.
Do you think that's where Homo got the idea from, watching animals using it?
Well, we were probably using small sticks just like the other apes of the period, you know, just like the other ape species of the period probably would have been doing. But of course we obviously started using bigger sticks and, you know, deliberately burning them to make them harder, make them hard and pointy.
Yep.
Because if you burn it right, you end up with a, you can use fire to make the stick not only pointy but hard at the same time.
Yeah.
The real breakthrough with fire and humans is being able to purify water. If you can purify water, you can live anywhere on Earth just about. But
charcoal's good for that.
If you're a human being, your water supply is very localized. Like, you can go lots of places and get sick from drinking the local water. So if you can somehow purify it, like with charcoal or, you know, boiling it, and you can boil water in a leather bag. Like, you don't have to have a clay bowl. I mean, you don't have to have ceramics or anything fancy. You can do it in a leather bag just by putting hot rocks in there one at a time.
Yeah. But charcoal's a good filter for getting impurities out, which is quite useful.
But I mean, think about it. You know, a human being can only survive a couple of days without water. We can survive a couple of weeks without food in a pinch, you know. Yeah. So being able to boil water is going to be a big advantage on being able to move your population to follow game and, you know, take advantage of local resources as they change and you deplete them.
Yeah.
I was just reading a bit about Where'd it go? The archaeological digs provide evidence that suggests that spears were deliberately fire hardened. Oh, that's what you already read. No, I thought that was to do with rocks or
Yeah, that's
something.
what
Here
I've
it
been.
is. No, down further. There was one. What was it? More recent evidence dating to approximately 164 million years ago. Oh no, 164,000 years ago. Oh, that's more recent. Found
So
that early
164
humans
million, that's
living in South
dinosaurs.
Africa, Middle Stone Age, used fire as an engineering tool to alter the mechanical properties of the materials they used to make tools and improvise their lives. Researchers found evidence that suggests early humans applied a method of heat treatment to a fine-grained local rock called silcrete. Once treated, the heated rocks were modified and tempered into crescent-shaped blades and arrowheads. Wow. I didn't think you could heat treat a rock.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's how they
burning
first.
rocks can change them quite significantly.
Yeah, that's how they
Terry,
found
put your
out
mouse
about.
over the word and it'll show us what kind of rock it is.
Oh yeah, silkcrete. I've not heard of that.
There
Yeah.
you go.
An indurated soil duricrust, of course, formed when surface
Okay.
sand and gravel are cemented by dissolved silica. The formation of silkcrete is similar to that of calcrete. I've heard of that, formed by
Yeah.
calcium carbonate, and ferricrete, formed by iron oxide.
Yeah.
It is a hardened.
So is that where
resistant
concrete got its name from, you think?
quite possibly, yes.
Yeah,
It sounds like it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's where
the
concrete comes from.
yeah the Crete part is Latin, I guess, and
Stone or something it means.
yeah, I think so.
Google,
Petra means
Google.
Mm-mm.
Probably comes from concretion, doesn't it?
Yes.
Yeah. That's how they found out about iron, wasn't it? When they heated rocks, they found it in the bottom of the fire. I
Well,
thought,
Well,
copper originally.
Copper.
oh, copper. Yeah.
Because copper was because the copper age actually came before the bronze age.
Yes. Yeah.
Because we were using copper tools first off.
But of course, copper's quite soft, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, that was in fact the people who brought copper technology to Europe are actually known as the beaker people.
Yeah.
From
Yeah, they were.
Specific style of pottery they left behind.
Yeah, I think they were Mesopotamian farmers. Their culture kind of spread throughout. Weren't they the early European farmers?
Yeah,
no,
they
that's
were. Yes,
I get
I
them
think they also brought. They were on the front end of agriculture as well, if I remember correctly.
The biggest problem with the Copper Age tools was both its one of the points that it was used for, plus it was also one of its follies, is that copper work hardens, which means it will keep an edge really nice. However, once it work hardens, it fractures and splinters
becomes
very
brittle,
easily.
doesn't it?
Yeah,
Really brittle.
that's one of the neat things about the tools that they found on Oakley, the Iceman, is that you can see evidence of him repairing and reworking those tools that were made out of copper, because they would kind of harden and fracture and file down over the years.
Well, going by the heat treatment of what they were doing with some of these rocks, they may have experimented with some of the rocks that they were finding, and that's how the development of the Iron Age, or not the Iron Age, like you said, copper and bronze came about, because it melted in the fire, or they let the fire go, and what
Yeah,
they were left
Well,
with, they had to.
ceramics predates metalworking,
Okay.
and
Yes.
the same technology can be used to smelt copper as making ceramics, right? And a lot of the paints and other materials that they used glazing the ceramics would have metal oxides and things like that in them, and they would find these little puddles, little blobs of cooling metal in their kilns later on. And they experimented with that, hammered it out. And there's even surface copper and, there's traces of old surface iron that you could cold forge. So, I mean, you can do a lot of metal work without having to get up to really, really high temperature.
Yeah, I'm sure some of this was purely accidental, but I think a lot of this would have been sort of the very early days of, dare I call it, scientific investigation. It was like, well, we know if we do this to this substance, it does that, but why don't we try it on this? And why don't we try it on that? And let's see if this happens. And
Exactly. Yeah.
You don't know if you don't try. And
Yeah.
I'm sure there were many, many failures along the way, but it would have been a case of, okay, well, let's try it with this. Let's try it with that.
Yeah, I want to meet the genius who figured out the right ratio of copper and tin to make bronze, because copper and tin don't usually exist anywhere close to one another, and then just playing around with ratios until you get bronze. I mean, that's pretty incredible, right there.
Yeah,
like the Einstein of the Copper Age or something did that.
Yeah, I think almost all of the tin for the Bronze Age came from Cornwall.
Yeah.
Afghanistan first, but then they started ranging far afield because tin was like the uranium of its day, and there were tin mines all over Ireland and England, and then there were Afghanistan and Bactria. Places like
I think I remember hearing that a lot of the tin from a lot of the tin that was used in the Bronze Age came from Cornwall specifically, because that's the big tin producing area in I think there was a big copper deposit on the Great Orme in Wales, which has which was mined out at the same period.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
In the side
well,
chat,
and using the term Bronze Age is a little, I don't know, fuzzy and vague, because there was no worldwide Bronze Age. I mean, like Mesopotamia had its Bronze Age earlier than England had its Bronze Age.
Because the people who invented the technology were moving northwest from, as you say, the Twin Rivers.
Yeah.
Someone's put in the side chat, Sarcastic Barman's just found out Dyson's died.
Has he?
Oh yeah, I did. That popped up in my news feed earlier today.
That's sad. He's a clever bloke. I assume they're talking about the Dyson guy that makes the Hoovers and
vacuum cleaner guy.
Yeah.
There's a really bad joke there, but I'm not going to make it.
I tell you what, we really should get Mr. Sarcastic Barman to come in and chat with us, because he really seems to know this stuff.
Yeah.
He's not working at the bar today, is he?
No. Alan, did you know Norton's gone under?
What, the motorbike people?
Yep. You ought to look, just when you finish the stream, you ought to look up at some. I feel sorry for the pensions.
Senior servitory.
Scam artist he was. Yeah.
Dyson Sphere.
Dyson Sphere guy.
I was going to say, it's a little bit different to James Dyson.
Yeah.
I'm at work.
I don't know who.
Yeah, I thought he'd be at work.
The Dyson Sphere guy. Who's he?
Well, I was going to say that sucks, so I'm glad I didn't use that joke.
Fred Knott's already did.
Yeah, Fred did it.
You're sorry.
Oh, yeah. Well, I did say there's a joke there, but I don't want to say it.
So who's this Dyson sphere guy?
Freeman Dyson.
Oh, Freeman Dyson, very famous physicist, and he's the one that came up with this concept of building all these devices, basically almost like a shell around the sun. You could move the entire civilization, holding just quadrillions of people, harvesting every bit of the energy from the sun. Just a way to really take advantage of the sun's power.
No, Hannah, not the no. This is a motorcycle company, not Norton virus, antivirus. No, two completely different places. Yeah.
Not that Norton antivirus is any good anyway.
No, we could get rid of Norton motorcyclists. You can't get rid of Norton virus off your computer.
Apparently, he died in the hospital yesterday at age 96 from complications following a fall.
Oh, that's a good old age, though, isn't it? 96.
96, yep.
Yeah, complications following a fall is unfortunately a very common thing for people of that age.
Yeah. Internal bleeding, I suppose.
Could have been anything.
Yeah.
Could have been anything.
Ah.
There you go.
Yeah. What was it? Casual Spaceman. Hello,
Casual Spaceman.
Oh.
Don't forget, the Bronze Age was over 2,000 years. So, bronze material found was crude first, but improved a little over time. Like farmers said, it was through trial and error.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, anything like that, you know, when you discover something for the first time, particularly something like that, it can only be trial and error.
Yeah.
And the other thing we have to remember is that all through the Bronze Age and even into the early Iron Age, the majority of tools in use, the majority of cutting tools in use, were still thin.
Yes.
Because it was the metal was reserved really for the really high status stuff. Your everyday tools were still flint because it was still much easier to make. Much. You can still get really, really nice sharp edged blades that held their edges. You know, it's interesting that very often new technology comes along and everybody sort of starts thinking, you know, and that's what you tend to hear about. Yet the older technologies are still in use for a much longer period, or are as if not more effective than the new technology. You see the same thing with the bow and arrow. When firearms were introduced, firearms really only became more effective. Handheld firearms only became more effective than bow around about the middle to the end of the 18th century.
Yeah.
Yes, they still make Triumphs. You ain't got to worry about them going bust.
Yeah.
Professor Phil. But that's a great shame in Norton of what's been created. I just hope they buy a bar and they carry on.
Yeah. Triumph factory is not a million miles away from mine, because I think it's still up in
begins with Hinkley.
Hinkley, yes.
Yeah.
Hinkley at the A5. It's not too far from me.
Yeah.
I thought that was where Triumph had moved to, Hinkley.
That is where they are.
Yeah.
Okay.
But if you go look at Norton, see what he was doing. The bloke really wants to be kicked up and down Britain by everybody.
Anyway, that's not the subject of this stream,
no.
is it?
No, it isn't. No.
And Terry will tell us off in a minute for derailing.
Yes. But it
But
is
it-
to do with technology, but
But
not ancient
but
technology.
we're still going back to the original title of the stream,
Stream, yes.
which was the question:
Wheels.
was the
Ancient
wheel
technology.
the first invention?
Yes, they do
No.
make. Yes, they do make tramps in the UK.
No.
But yeah,
No,
the wheel
the
wasn't
wheel
the
was not
first
the first
invention.
invention.
No. It changed transport, but it wasn't the first invention. As you say, pottery and sticks.
Yeah,
Well-
fire and sticks and rocks, and then
All the good
later
stuff. All the good
language
stuff.
and art. And
So the Iron Age and Bronze
Sewing
Age
and-
was around before the wheel was invented. Then, going by the timeline that I've been looking at here, because the early known record of wheels was only around 3.5 to 4,000 BC.
But I tell you what, they invented and were building way before that.
But they must have
Boats
been
came
Boats.
before the wheel.
Yeah, boats.
okay. So we're going to go back to boats then. Okay, look for boats.
Well, you're also skipping things like textiles and sewing and art, pigments, all kinds of
the needle
basic
just for
things.
sewing. Yeah.
All right, you got to take Pipit's spanner away. She's dissing motorbikes.
What? Pippa said
Already-
sewing a good topic.
Yeah.
Well, that's domestic. That's domestic tools. Okay.
You
No,
can
no,
talk
no, no.
about bikes and cars. I'm going to talk about
Well,
sewing.
No, sewing's important. If you want,
Terry,
if you want to get your
don't
seat
knock
recovered.
domestic. Don't knock sewing, man. We wouldn't. I don't think we would have gotten very far north without textiles and being able to sew clothes.
Actually, I don't mind her talking about sewing machines because I can sit and look at a sewing machine for hours watching how they work.
Well,
They are brilliant. Whoever designed them, yeah, they're just fascinating. A really work of art, a sewing machine. People think, what the hell's he talking about? You go look at one, and you'll see what I mean. That's brilliant engineering. Absolutely brilliant. Oh, that killed the stream.
yeah.
Sorry, we're talking about ancient tools. Yes. Yeah. So, what would have been the
Well, there's-
very, very, very first tool then?
Well, we're talking
A
tools or
stick.
technology, because we've done. Well, I think we've done primitive tools to death.
Yeah, we've done
If you talk
we've done the
technology-
tools part, but now
Yeah.
we've got to.
I
Okay.
think you've got to be looking at boats because
Yeah,
boats were
technology,
way before
boats.
the wheel.
Yeah, that would predate the wheel.
Yeah.
Because
When
there's
was the
evidence
wheel-
of Homo erectus all over Indonesia, like 500,000, 700, 800,000 years ago. And you just said the earliest evidence for the wheel was what, 4,000 BC?
About that.
Oh, right. So that's
So-
quite a new invention compared to.
Relatively speaking, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but they would have used like logs and things like that to roll things on, like a rock or something, if they were moving big rocks or something.
When they
I
were
don't
moving
know.
big rocks, what they would do actually is they would, I think this is actually where the wheel came from, is they would carve a wheel shape around at the end of the column that they were moving, and then they would just roll it and then break the wheel off when they got to where they needed it to be.
Nice one, Hannah. She's used to drill more often than the sewing machine. Good on you. You ain't sewing any of my clothes together, Hannah. I'll just use a drill.
My first tool was my husband.
Was he a very
dear.
good, useful tool, though, Nippet? That's the thing. Was he a snap-on, or is he a Chinese throwaway part?
I mean,
Uh-oh.
I just found an. I
Mippet,
found an
Mippet, and
example here.
Mippet and Pie Parrot have been smushed together into one name. Pipit,
Yep.
apparently.
We are Pipit.
You're Pipit. It's like a power
We're a couple now. Mippet, we're a couple now.
Ooh.
Pipit.
Yeah, apparently the oldest discovered boat in the world is a 3-meter long canoe that they found in Holland and dates from approximately 8,000 years BCE, as should be called, but 8,000 years BC. So yeah, it's getting on to 10,000 years old.
And you gotta know that it predates that though, because otherwise, I mean, even with lowered sea levels, you're not going to get population spread all over Indonesia on foot. And then boats, especially primitive rafts and stuff, they wouldn't survive hundreds of thousands of years. You know, they would degrade. So
because it's a dugout canoe, it's still quite substantial and it survived. But yeah, they are arguing that they think the very first seaworthy boats could have been built as long as 800,000 years ago.
Yes, I find that really weird that Holland found the oldest canoe, because back then Holland would have been above sea level.
Yeah. Well, that 10,000 years ago, that's probably round about the time that the North Sea was slowly starting to become.
Yeah, starting to eat. Yeah, start to eat away
yeah,
land.
I think that's about when Doggerland went underway.
Exactly. That's round about the time that the sea levels are rising, because that coincides with the end of the ice age, the shrinkage of the glacier that sat on top of sort of Canada and North America,
and
the
Scotland.
younger driest warming event.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's when the sea levels drastically rose.
Mr. Barman was asking when the oven was invented. Probably actually fairly early on, because you make a clay pot and put your food in it and stick it in the fire.
Yeah.
Sorry, you make a clay pot with a lid and put your food in it and stick it in the fire. Or you just wrap it in leaves and stick it in the embers.
Yes.
It's still effectively an oven.
Stick it in the embers, throw dirt on the top, and bugger off a couple of hours. Go do something else, come back, and your food's cooked.
Yeah.
There's a really neat channel on YouTube called, I think it's called Primitive Living. These two guys make all kinds of cool things out of mud and sticks. And yeah, I mean, you can make an oven just out of just some mud, you know, some clay that you find at the riverbank. You just stack it up and then kind of dome it over, and there you go. You got an oven.
Oh, that's the website I was just looking at.
What's that?
On the screen, on the screen, if you scroll back up, that one, that's it. That's the one I was just looking at.
Yeah.
And they're arguing that they think that sort of kayaks, you know, hide boats are being used before then. But that's the oldest surviving
one they found,
boat. Yeah. I'm suspecting that was probably sort of, they found that trapped in a layer of mud, no oxygen.
Yeah.
No, stopping it rotting out. That, in fact, it's a dugout canoe, so like I say, it's quite a substantial bit of wood in the first place.
Yeah.
Sewing plus ovens leads to oven mitts. And thus face palm protection.
Yes, face palm protection, all important.
Yeah, I suppose the first boats would have been reeds, made out of reed, wouldn't they?
Could have been.
Potentially, yeah.
Good. What's it?
Basically, anything you can bundle together and that floats is likely to have been used by humans to get from one side of a bit of water to the other side of a bit of water.
Yeah, the reeds will eventually get waterlogged, I think. And
they're quite popular in Asia, aren't they? Reed boats.
Yeah.
I suppose the first floating object that the guy would have a guy or woman would have seen a piece of log floating down a river and just used that to float across, perhaps on. And then someone thought, well, I know, if I cut all the branches off and dig a hole out of it, I'll make a boat.
Or tie several of them together to make a platform to sit on.
Yeah, a raft. Yeah.
Now you're talking about rope as a technology.
Yeah.
They'd have used vines. They'd have used
probably initially.
Yeah. Initially, yeah. The vine to strap them all together.
So is tying a knot a technology?
Yeah, I think sarcastic says just sitting on a log, just as a log, can be pretty tricky though, because they're prone to rolling over.
Yes, they have stability issues.
Yes, they do have stability issues.
Dugout canoes have stability issues, but slightly less stability issues than sitting on top of it.
That's why you put an outrigger on them. Stops them tipping over.
Yeah.
Well, I'm not sure about I'm not sure about Egyptians being the first shipbuilders, because I thought Chinese or somewhere over that way they had ships.
Well, like it says, documented. Actually having,
documental proof of it,
written or possibly carved, because there are petroglyphs that are dated to about 12,000 years ago, stone carvings of boats. But if obviously the Egyptians had a proper language and everything that survived carved into their walls.
So that's only fairly recent as in history goes, like 2,400 years. For the oldest intact, well, this is an oldest intact ship in the Black Sea.
But the trouble is, you see, if it's not covered by anything, they're just going to rot anyways, like any other material. So that's probably why we haven't found anything older.
Yeah. When we find really old stuff like that canoe, it's because it's been trapped in a layer of something that doesn't get the oxygen in.
Peat, clay, something like that. Yeah.
Yeah. There's a
usually these peat bogs, isn't it, that preserve things like leather and bodies, and because there was those incidents. I think one body was found in a bog in Ireland, and the police started a murder investigation. And so I think somebody was arrested and almost sent to prison over it. And it turned out that actually it was like a 10,000-year-old, one of these 10,000-year-old bog bodies.
So the murderer was a time traveler.
Well, they were murdered because a lot of the bog bodies were ritually strangled.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
The garrote.
It's not just bodies though. Some of my dad's farming friends, who actually had farmland in the fens, every now and then when they were ploughing, they'd hit something bloody hard and they'd have to stop and dig up the bog trees, because a substantial tree will get preserved in the fenland soil, which is a dried out bog to all intents and purposes. And they can be a bloody nuisance because they're solid. They're almost rock hard. And when you're ploughing a field and your tractor comes to a grinding halt because you've just hit something, and there's an 8 to 10 foot tree that over a period of years the ploughing has brought to the surface. You have to go and get your digger and dig the bloody thing out and cart it out of the field. They're a nuisance.
The funny thing is, saying that, I can remember going to a speciality timber yard in Norwich where they do a lot of stuff for a lot of veneers and things, and various other speciality timbers. And one of the big things was bog oak.
Yes.
That's hard
for wood turning. It's sort of like you say, it's 10,000-year-old. It's stuff that's been dead 10,000 years and been buried in a bog.
Yeah, they to actually what they call it, age pieces of wood and things. They'll chuck them in a in a pond and leave them there for a few years.
Anaerobic. That's it. I knew it would come to me. Anaerobic, no oxygen. That's how these things survive and get sort of preserved, because there's no oxygen. No oxygen, no decomposition, no rot, no oxidation.
It's just that it tempers them as well to a point.
Some of those bog trees they used to haul up, they were they were solid, absolutely.
You can't cut them with an axe.
No.
Or chainsaw.
No,
but
they're a nuisance.
Yeah, absolutely evil. Good for wood.
That bog oak was hellish expensive, mine.
Oh yeah, you can sell that stuff for a lot of money.
Yep.
Yeah, they do that.
They're a bloody nuisance when you're trying to plough your field, and it's like you just put the handbrake on. It's like, what was that? You know?
Yeah.
Oh bugger.
They had bloke what goes into the, I don't know if it's Everglades or somewhere. They used to have a series of the old rednecks going out hunting out in the bogs and that, and they'd find these bits of wood, just looking for pieces of wood.
Yeah, they do that in Louisiana. Yeah,
that's it, Louisiana. Yeah, somewhere around there.
Oh yeah, Casual's in exactly the right place for getting things out of peat bogs.
Oh yes, he is, isn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah, trinkets and earlier jewelry.
But yeah, they did. Time Team dug up a bit of the fens very close to where I grew up, Wickham Fen, and there was evidence of them sinking piles down into the wetland and making walkways and sacrificial offerings. Little trinkets and things have been thrown in, and all sorts of stuff. Of course, it all gets preserved.
Yeah.
I see Pip's on the case.
Of course.
Who knocked out Dora in the side chat?
Me, she's running an experiment. It's okay.
Doris said, "I'm conducting a little social experiment here. Let us see what happens." 4, and Pip was like, "Bam!"
Bang goes your social experiment.
300 seconds. Thank you very much.
We ain't having none of that socialised stuff on here. Bang! Gone.
I hope that's the experiment she was running.
I guess it was. As soon as I saw you delete it, I thought, yeah, I know what she's done.
There you are, Dora. You can run your own experiment now.
It just suddenly like, oh, she's grey. Boom. There we go.
Type something back in the chat.
Side chat.
Oh, you can't. You'll have to wait another 3 minutes.
3, 3, 3, 3, 4, 3, 3.
I wish I could change the seconds thing, but you can't.
There's 300 the minimum you can give, is it?
Yeah.
Okay, we've got agricultural tools here so far.
Yeah, that Archimedes was a filthy bugger. Anyone want to see? Anyone want a good screw?
Yeah.
Oh no, it's Archimedes in his screw again. Quick, pretend you haven't seen him.
12,000 years ago, early agricultural tools, so that's for farming.
So is it me, or is it as soon as they found metal, that's when our population exploded, or our technology actually accelerated rather quickly?
No, it was the agricultural revolution of the late Stone Age.
Yeah.
It's when you don't have to go looking for your food anymore. It's when
we were farming before
metal. It's on your doorstep because that's when you're growing it and tending it. And then
you've domesticated some large animals to
when you've sown crops and you've domesticated wild stock, you can't keep on the move. You have to stop and settle down. And that's when communities start building up, and there you go.
And that then allows for the development of villages and towns and cities.
No, you swine, Terry.
I'm doing my own social experiment.
Shall I?
Damn it.
No.
Bye.
No. Let's wait for.
No.
Let's
It's
wait for
really
somebody
simple.
else to come back first.
Yeah.
Okay, this
Poor
brings up a
Dora.
different topic.
Oh, Greek fire.
Chemical weapons and weaponry, well, weapons in general, but I just seen written here chemical weaponry. It's
I
a
didn't
little
think they actually knew.
it's a little bit in the early in our timeline, but it's a bit
Oh,
hard
yes,
to
like
narrow
it says,
down.
yeah. They don't actually know how Greek fire was made. They don't know what it was made from. They know of it, but they don't know what it was.
Yeah,
There's
we
no
can only
record of it.
speculate what. Well, we'd have to go by what they knew was combustible or chemicals in the day. That's the only way you could speculate what it could have been.
Yeah, because there's no record of what it actually was, what it was
Oh,
made of.
casual.
Casual. Oh, well,
Oh,
that's it. That's it.
oh dear.
Oh no.
That's it. Where is he? Stop typing. I can't click on it when you just keep typing. There
What's
you
he
go.
done?
You have to scroll back a bit so it holds.
Yeah, I know. I had to scroll back up to stop it from scrolling. There you go. That
Who
solved
deleted
that.
all of Pip's messages? Was that Casual?
I don't know. Casual.
Yeah, that.
No,
Oh, am I going? No, I can see me. Oh, well, I can see me.
they're not deleted. They're just hidden because she's been timed out.
Oh, message
Oh, and there he
deleted.
goes. There goes Casual. Bye, Casual. That's what you get.
Wait a minute.
This is why men shouldn't have spanners at Terry Davis. Oh dear.
It's all fun and games until someone loses an eye.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
Take Nippet's spanner away. She's questioned your abilities, Terry. Can't have this.
Renee goes, why?
Oh dear.
So who timed me out? Casual timed me out.
Yes.
Yeah, Casual
only
timed
place-
you out, but then somebody
must
timed Casual out.
Yeah, this must be the only YouTube channel
Renee
where people
timed
come
Casual out.
to actually get wiped out of the side chat. That's an honour.
This says flexible glass, but that's glass as a technology or an invention too. Okay, where are we going?
Good night, Chris. Yes,
Night, Chris. I would
if you've
type
been
it
up for
back
21 and a half hours, what the hell are you doing here?
Okay, I'll Google. I'm flying solo here, Peter.
What?
I thought
Peter's not doing his job.
Yeah, but I thought Peter was helping me a little bit.
Take his spanner away and give him a screwdriver. Oh no, don't give him a screwdriver. He'll poke your eyes out.
Casual got me, Dora. We were waiting for you to come back, but
So
Casual was a bit premature.
The escalation was unexpected. You're going to see it in 10 years' time. I was timed out by Terry. I was timed out by Mippet. Well, yeah, but I was timed out by Mippet and Pippet and Spaceman.
Glass was sort of maybe about the same time as the wheel, give or take a bit.
Okay. So the earliest known man-made glass date back to 3,500 BC. Whoa, this is.
About 5,500 years ago.
I see a pattern here.
Yeah, I can see one. It's quite random.
No, well, didn't we just find out about the wheel, and it was around the same time period?
Yep.
Okay, and when was Iron Age and Bronze Age eras, which I haven't done yet? I've got to get those. I'll open those. I'll get those dates.
I think the Iron Age is about 1500 BC, so around about 3,500 years ago. Part of
Iron Age.
Rins.
It knew what
Rins Age.
I thought the Bronze Age ended at about.
It's all right.
1200
it knew what
BC.
he was on about.
Google's clever that way.
Yes.
You don't need to change it, Ted. It's got runs.
It's good.
Oh, is it?
It knows what you're on about.
Do I put a question mark next to it?
Only
Is
if you're
your
sleeping
name
warrior.
Riley?
I thought the Iron Age kind of started around 1500 BC, but
10
Okay.
million years ago.
All right. All right.
10
Now what I want?
Oh, look at the fancy Google.
Yeah,
When-
10 million years ago, humans made the first tools from
Iron.
stone
The
wood.
chart I've got
antlers,
says
and
puts the
bones.
Iron Age at about 1,000 years BC.
Yeah, 1.2 million years ago, humans discovered fire. 25,000 to 50,000 BCE, humans first wore clothes.
Hey, you're just not sharing that.
Oh, you want me to? All right, I'll send it to you. Sorry.
I'm going individually here.
I'll put it in the side chat.
This is a long 5 minutes.
A graph would be better to represent all these.
Here you go. That's in the side chat.
That's in the side chat. Okay.
What I'm looking at.
Is the link big enough?
Oh, sorry. That's I put the wrong link in. That's the search.
Is it the right? I don't know. You got a big link there.
Yeah, hang on. Technology.
Is that it?
I'll put.
Can't you narrow it down a little bit smaller?
Yeah, hang on. I'll put it in, Terry. It's the one I was looking at.
Is
Sorry.
any? Did somebody time Renee me out so I can give her back a
Google
spanner?
search in.
Or him? Her?
Yeah, give him a spanner back.
Yeah, I'll give you. I was waiting for the tit for tat to finish.
Is the tit tatted or is the tat titted?
Somebody's got it. Somebody has to be sacrificial for not having a spanner. Otherwise, we can't play that little game of whack each other. Okay.
I'm poised, will I?
Yeah, there you go.
I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't know who's got a spanner on it now. I lost track.
Everybody except Renee, me, and Fred, and no cure for me.
No, I just gave Renee and me one back.
Yeah.
Okay. So this is the chart you're looking at, Farmer.
No, Mad Boo.
Oh, well, somebody sent me something.
Yes, this one. I did. What you're looking at now, if you click on that link.
Yeah, I did. I'm in there now.
Invention.
Is this the one?
Yeah, but that's a search. Yeah, if you scroll down a bit, see it says History of Inventions.
Yeah.
Science and Technology.
That one?
That's the one.
Click
yeah,
that one.
I think that's the one I've got open on my other screen.
I've already got that. I already had that.
Did you?
Oh.
It's all right. The pre-show research was pretty good.
Yeah, that's right. We already had that one. Where was it? There, look, there it is. There, see?
Yeah, see?
You already had
that. You
that.
didn't show it.
That's quite a good timeline, I think.
Yeah, you didn't show it.
That seems to cover most of the major things.
Yeah, but I wanted to know.
There you go. Earliest boats constructed 10,000 BCE.
So clothes are 25 to 50.
Yeah.
But the technology to make clothes and everything has to be in there somewhere.
25 to 50,000 years ago.
Because you can't just wear clothes. You have to make clothes.
Well,
that's when it started. Terry.
Yeah.
The first type of needles would have been like bone needles, Terry, like from either fish or birds, most likely, because they would have been finer bones.
But you could award clothes off the skins of the animals they killed.
Yeah, so
they
it
even
just
start sewing anything.
So yeah, but like Mad First at first, yeah. It would have been literally just a skin draped over the top of you with a hole for your head.
No cure for me. You do not use it. Oh yeah, tire iron. Yeah. You're talking about a wheel brace to take the wheel off, or you talking about a tire lever to take the tire off the rim?
I think he's on about the tire lever, isn't he?
Yeah.
I don't know. I was a bit confused there because they said tire iron.
Because that's what you use for taking the tire on and off, not the wheel.
What's a tire iron? A wheel brace. Wheel brace takes the wheel off.
No, a tire iron is what you use to take the tire off.
Yeah.
Yeah, we might call them a tire lever.
Yeah.
Yeah, that takes the tire off the rim, the wheel off the wheel.
No, a tire iron is for getting the lug nuts off the wheel.
And the hubcap off.
Yeah, or the hubcap.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Oh, so it is a So it's a wheel brace then.
I think things
No,
are
a
getting
wheel,
lost in translation
wheel
here.
brace is the square-shaped ones. The cross-shaped.
Or they can be. They're the multi-fit ones, Terry.
No,
Yeah.
not that one. The one I've got for my old Holden. It's got a rubber end on one of the spokes. On one end, it's got the little lever to take your hubcap off, and on one of the other ones, it's got the nut to take the wheel nut off. And it's a cross. And it's a cross. It's a wheel brace.
Yeah, that's just a fancy one, I think.
Well, the Holden made them. Holden were fancy then.
Quite often they'll just have a lug nut at one end or a socket at one end.
You're talking about those bent things.
Yep, and they're shaped like a letter S almost, or S shaped.
Or even L-shaped.
Or
L-shaped.
Depending on if they've got a hubcap removing tool at one end. If they've got the hubcap removing tool like Blue was talking about, quite often they'll just have a little bit more of a kink, so you can pop that larger chrome hubcap off.
Anyway, we got sidetracked here again.
Robert X has just put a comment in. How do we know when fire was discovered? Did they find some ancient lighters?
Yeah.
What empty ones? Big lighters.
They found 2 sticks with the name Bick engraved on it, and that's how they knew.
Oh, not Ronson.
No, they were Bick.
Oh,
no,
big sticks.
I haven't properly changed the tyre handle, but I've changed the wheel.
Yeah, I think that humans discover fire would be much better if it said humans learn to use fire.
Yes.
Learn to make it.
Yes, I think they discovered fire way before then.
Control it.
Yeah.
Or even stopped running from it and started using it.
Yeah.
But what's really confusing is the little links on the right-hand side, because it says 1 to 2 million years ago, humans discover fire.
Yeah.
And then it links to articles on biofuels, candles, car engines, and jet engines. Yeah.
Yeah. And the clothing one. And the clothing one goes from we started making clothes biomimetic clothing.
Yeah, biomimetic clothing. I think not.
Yeah, that's a big jump.
Yeah, that stuff they fired at people on boats, wasn't that candle wax or some form of
paraffin
candle wax?
This is the thing. Greek fire, nobody actually knows what it was made of, because there is no record of what it was.
No.
There's record of Greek fire, but there's nothing to say, right, 2 parts of this, 4 parts of that, mix it together, stand well back.
Some people think it was something very like napalm.
Napalm,
yes.
Yeah, I thought it was like a wax.
That's what they think, material. But there's actually no record.
There is no evidence, but based on the area where it was produced, the most likely is that it was a type of napalm.
Yeah, naphtha and pitch, and because it floats on water, it burns underwater, it sticks to everything. It's probably naphtha and pitch.
Yeah. When did they invent the cloth hanger or the cloth hanger? We call them clothes hangers. Well, they put magnesium alloy wheels, and you prefer steel tip.
It's not to be said for steel wheels. They don't tend to shatter when you hit potholes that the council can't be asked to repair.
Yeah. Yeah, don't use magnesium alloy wheels.
Is that
on the road.
Northamptonshire County Council by any chance, farmers?
Yeah.
Funny you should mention that, but yes, they're bloody useless.
I think they're a bit similar to Norfolk and Suffolk.
I think I can add another county council begin with N to that list.
Yeah.
What? That ends with enchants.
Yeah. Ends in folk.
Yeah.
And any chance of filling these potholes in? Norfolk enchants.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, we're
good old Norfolk.
Yeah, we're still using technology from the Bronze Era. They haven't got to the tarmac yet.
Yeah, I think the only people in this part of Norfolk who could make roads, who could actually construct roads properly, were those Napoleonic French prisoners of war.
Yeah.
I want the ankle straight.
That built the ankle straight. Yeah.
And the Romans.
I was going to say, I thought you were going to say Romans for a second.
What the Romans ever done for us?
I heard a rumor, Alan, that if you ripped up all the tar in your area and started using the Roman roads again, that the roads would be smoother.
Yeah, you're probably right there.
I don't think AAA will come out and change your tyres. I think they'll change your wheel, but they won't change your tyre.
Yeah.
Triple X, all right.
Okay, early ferrous metallurgy then. Have we got some time periods for earliest known iron artifacts are 9 small
32.
beads dating to 3200 BC. That's iron.
Lower in
Egypt
Egypt.
That's in Lower Egypt.
Yep.
In wherever that was. Now,
Good,
would they have been made there, or you reckon that could have been an early form of trade?
Says
trade,
it was
maybe?
from meteors and hammered.
So,
okay.
The other thing.
No smelting.
The other thing at that period of time, they could have used something along the lines of ferrite, which is naturally forming quite all over the place, really, and which is just a crystallized version of iron anyway.
Did somebody read John Rapp's comment?
Yeah. Space Oddity, I think it was called.
What about the documentary that indicated that the earliest hominids were influenced to make tools by aliens? 2001: A Space Odyssey. Yes, indeed.
Yes.
What a film. That's a Blu-ray that I like to get out and turn the soundbar on for. Some of it hasn't aged very well, but some of it is still very, very good.
Yeah, and I tell you what, I'd love to see a 4K print. I'd love to see a 4K scan of a.
Yeah, I mean, my Blu-ray copy's pretty good. And that's a definite right. Soundbar on, turn all the lights off, and just immerse yourself in it.
Or even better still, get an 8K scan of the print.
Oh, I don't even have a 4K TV, so that'd be a waste of time. But yeah, it's still worth watching. I mean, that whole initial segment with the hominids and that.
I love it when people watch 4K telly videos on a 1080p monitor. I think it's quite funny. It's bad graphics. It's bad graphics. No.
Saying the person who's watching a 5K monitor.
Yeah. I know, Alan, but we know you do. You use it properly and understand.
No, I was just thinking maybe well, they just let's kick it and have them make the 8K scan now because you can. It's much easier to downsample it than it is to upsample it. So, in a way, yes, you're better off with them doing the very high res scan to start with, and then down converting it to what you actually need.
Yes.
Yeah, that's what there is always there is advantage in starting with 4K video and taking it down to 1080p.
Oh hell yeah, most definitely.
Terrestrial iron, as in different to meteoric iron. That's because it's a meteor.
Yeah.
Because it arrives on the surface as a lump of iron rather than
extremely hard iron.
Right. Well, actually, it's actually a nickel iron alloy, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, it says nickel alloy. Yeah.
That's why they want to do all this. Grab a meteorite and start mining on them, don't they?
Or bring one back. Or bring one back here. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd like to see him tow it into our atmosphere.
That makes an interesting point of why it took so long for us to use iron because of its melting point. So you had to
Yes.
get whatever you're using to smelt it hot enough to begin
Oh
with. 'cause
yeah,
Obviously,
1500 degrees C.
I mean, look at that compared to tin. Tin, 232
tin?
degrees.
Oh,
you know.
tin.
That's what. Yeah.
Wow, tin's only
Tin's used in
200
solder.
degrees. So
And copper 1,000 degrees.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Copper doesn't need as much either.
And then all of a sudden you're dealing with something that's got to be 1500 degrees, and it's like, well, you can't just bung another couple of logs on. You've got to have a.
Yeah.
You've got to start getting creative, you know.
Chuck another shrimp on
so
the
obviously
barbie,
they
that'll do it.
found. So obviously they found pottery kilns, or what's left of them, in Neolithic times, which date back to 6000 BC.
Isn't it amazing the power of energy stored in a pottery pot that's got air in it? How much damage that can do inside a kiln? That's frightening, really.
Well, fire likes oxygen.
Yeah, I know, but it's just small air bubbles trapped inside the clay.
Thermal expansion.
Yeah.
The gas heats up. It wants to occupy a larger area. It can't, so it finds a way to do it.
Boom.
Boom.
And you think that's just air. I know. Let's make air bombs.
Well, they do. They call fuel air bombs. Nasty things.
Yeah, they are.
Because you're basically turning the fuel into a mist, covers a wider area, and ignite it. Boom.
This brings up something that I know. I don't know if it's Damascus steel. I've heard of.
Man!
I've heard of Damascus steel. This has just reminded me of this when I read here about Turkey.
Yes. And they've run out of the ore. What makes it?
Oh, you can't make it ever again.
No.
Oh no.
Oh no! They figured out how it was made. They reproduced the techniques, or they think they have.
Yeah, but it ain't the same ore, is it?
Look up
what they used to get it from.
Woot steel.
Yeah. I can't. I'm in the kitchen.
Oh.
Root steel is. I've seen a really good documentary on YouTube on it. Guy went out to. There's a guy in America who has been working on it, and he actually managed to get some ironsmiths from Turkey.
Yeah.
To go over, and they did actually bring some of the original
Damascus ore.
Yeah, some of the original ore.
Yeah.
And
that's clever. It's very clever.
Oh yeah.
Beautiful patterns that makes, so absolutely beautiful.
Yeah, although
well, the pattern comes about just by folding it and forge welding it.
Yeah, there's a way they can cheat to actually get the same effect, Mad. And what they do is they'll get an old motorbike chain.
Oh yes.
And they'll forge weld the chain together, and then fold it and continue that process. So it's actually very similar to the same process that they use to make Damascus steel itself. The folding in on itself.
Yeah. They're two different or three different types of
Damascus steel barrels are really pretty to look at in a shotgun. But I wouldn't want to do anything other than fire it with a black powder load.
Yeah.
Because like it's just
a bit brittle.
Yeah, it's not like using modern steels.
No. Yeah, because the weakness is in the folding.
And you see, and because they do make, you do find a lot of Damascus steel barrels in like 12 bore or 12 gauge, depending which side of the pond you live. But like I said, I wouldn't put anything other than a black powder cartridge in it. I wouldn't try. But you do see people, they'll buy an old Damascus barreled shotgun, and they'll put a modern high pressure, high load cartridge in it,
and end up like
and pull, and yeah,
Wile E. Coyote with the end of the yeah.
Yeah, the trouble is, it's not the end of the barrel that usually does it. It's it's the bit by your left hand that usually does it.
Does it? Yeah.
Ouch.
Very.
Yeah. You know, if you're lucky, you only lose a couple of digits.
Yeah.
It is the shit for a knife, though.
Oh yeah, it's beautiful on a knife.
Oh yeah,
in it just
and it holds an edge so very well.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. I'm just saying they make beautiful shotguns. Don't get me wrong; they look beautiful.
Yeah. They look gorgeous.
And I would shoot one, but I would only shoot it with a black powder load. Yeah, with a black powder cartridge.
Yeah.
I wouldn't use modern powders and loads in it.
I can relate to what you're thinking, Alan. Yes.
I would only ever use, loads that, because by using a black powder, if you use a black powder load properly, it's very difficult to overcharge the gun because of the way black powder burns.
Mm-hmm.
But
yeah, cordite kind of just goes bang really hard if you pack it harder.
Yeah, the more black powder you stick in, like with a muzzle loader, if you've got a front loading shotgun like that, within reason, it doesn't matter how much powder you pour in because the burn rate is limited by physics of the barrel.
Yeah.
So it just, and eventually it'll just blow the unburned powder out the front of the gun.
Yeah. There's no cure for me is Forged in Fire. I dare say you guys have seen that. Forged in Fire.
I think that might be what I was thinking of.
Yeah.
That is, some of them guys that go on there really are second to none, but some of them shouldn't even be on there.
Yeah, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I like that kid.
I've never used
I like that
the
kid
Forged
from England,
hammer.
Alex Steele. Y'all ever watched him?
I don't know if I've seen Alex Steele.
Yeah, he's the youngest professional blacksmith from England. He lives in America now. I think he moved to.
There's probably a lot more
some
work
Midwest.
for blacksmiths.
What's that?
There's probably more work in America for blacksmiths than there is in England. You don't. They're mainly engineers now over here rather than blacksmiths.
Yeah. Well, he is. I mean, my understanding.
Yeah, you don't really get many blacksmiths over here now because the cost of making something.
I've just put I'll stick it in the outside as well. I just put the link to the documentary I like. It's called The Secrets of Wootz Damascus Steel, by a guy called Mike Loades.
Yeah, I think I might have seen that.
I got it off the Mike Loades.
Yeah, I might have seen that. That's interesting. Yeah, really intriguing.
I stuck it in the outside chat as well.
But they do make absolutely gorgeous stuff in that.
Did you know the Egyptians thought that to make good steel, it had to be quenched by having a boy pee on it. I think it had to be a redheaded boy too, and like that made the best steel. I don't know where they found them in Egypt.
Yeah. Pip would be the one.
I've got one of them. Yeah.
Oh.
On that note, I think we better move on because we'll go down.
Yes, please.
Yeah. Let's not take that any further.
Yes. Okay. I think I might wrap up.
There's another good.
Yeah, and Pip can tell us a
Thing
story
on
of.
which still.
Yeah, Pip could tell us a story about redheads.
Yeah, I think we'll continue.
Tempering
No, I don't
steel.
think so.
Once upon a time.
I think we'll continue with part 2 now that we've worked up our way up into steel, which we skipped a little bit of bronze and that, but we can probably blend that in for next episode.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
Oh,
what's the name of that bronze alloy? Oh crap! I mean, there's a copper alloy that I think was developed in India around 4,000 or 5,000 years ago. That is a much stronger variant. I'm trying to remember what it's called,
Brass.
but it's like no. It's like copper and nickel. I think it's a copper nickel alloy.
Pewter.
Pewter? No, that's soft as shit.
Yeah, that's soft.
It's
yeah.
real soft.
Yeah.
I'll look. I'll have it for the next time.
Well, I better find some creators.
Phosphorus bronze
What have
is
we
a
got
quite
here?
strong alloy. Used
Yeah,
for
it's
making
tin.
bearings.
That's copper and tin.
Tin. Yeah, use it for. Used to make it for bearings, didn't they?
Yeah, phosphor bronze bearings.
Yeah.
I've got
Still
10
do use
channels.
it for bearings.
Yeah.
Yeah. Still use it. Yeah, still use it.
Places
Mainly
where
on.
you don't want roller, in places where you don't want roller or don't need roller or
Yeah. You don't need any sideways movement.
ball bearings.
Yeah.
Hip screws or propellers. They could be phosphor bronze.
Yeah.
Just talk amongst yourselves,
Quite
Peanut
resistant
Gallery
to
and Panel,
corrosion.
while I sort out these videos.
No worries, mate.
Crank bearings.
Can I answer Fred Knott's question in the post? If you wrench with a wrench, do you span with a spanner? In the old days, when the British Army or the British military had wheel lock guns, the order, and which was basically clockwork mechanism to actuate the varieties on an iron so that you got the sparks to fire a gun. That was done on a clockwork mechanism, and it was wound with a spanner. And the order given was span your locks. So yes, you did span with a spanner.
Span your locks.
Yep, that was the official order when using wheel locks. Span your lock. Basically, the order to wind the damn thing up.
Yeah, we probably will be, Hannah. We'll all definitely be nutty after this stream. Well, you'd probably, truthfully, be known. You're probably nutty to come in on the stream. Prerequisite, isn't it?
Since farmers asked, here's a list of the copper alloys.
Dave
cool.
Cannabis is asking for it.
Uh-oh.
There you go.
Uh-oh.
There you go.
Four.
There you go,
Four.
moderators.
Has it just been turned grey?
Yes.
Oh, I'm leaving that alone.
I'm leaving it alone too. I'm not touching it. I'm not touching it, Dave.
Four.
If anything happens, Dave, it's got. Jeez. Pip's got the fastest finger in the West.
Oh yes.
I
Alright,
had
so-
to come out of Zoom and do it.
So
And
can
she's-
you remember what other metal was in that that copper alloy you were talking about before? Can I be heard or not really?
Yeah, you
Yes,
can be
sir.
heard, but just no one's answering
I'm
you.
reading it.
Who was it? who
No,
asked it?
I
What
don't.
was it?
I'm hunting for it. Oh, I
Well-
thought it was copper and nickel, but I
Well,
guess
well,
I'm
I've got a
wrong.
fistful of them right here in front of us.
It's got a fistful of travellers checks.
Yeah.
So you
I
said
don't know if I've heard of any of them.
copper
If
and
you
nickel.
go down a bit,
Got a
yeah,
fistful.
go down a
I thought we were talking about metal.
there,
Constantine.
copper and tungsten.
Mm.
Copper, nickel, Constantine. Cupronickel.
Cuprinol is what he's
I've
probably
heard of a
Cuprinol.
couple of them, but
Yeah.
they're quite. Oh, Electrum. Haven't heard that one for a while. That's
Yeah.
gold and silver. That's not
Copper
copper.
Yeah,
nickel.
that's from
Yeah,
my old D&D
But
days.
that's gold and
Yeah,
silver
exactly.
and copper.
I knew somebody else would remember that. Electrum from D&D.
Copper
That's where I
nickel.
remember it from.
But yeah,
Is that
but these
what
are
no
all
names
these are all alloys mixed with copper.
Yeah, isn't that
So-
what he's looking for? Copper nickel. Because that's quite hard.
Well, there was that one up there that said gun barrel. Where was that?
Gunmetal.
Gunmetal, tin and zinc.
I'm assuming it would have an Indian sounding name to it, but I could be wrong.
Number 43.
Bingo.
No. Kevin. How many of them have you heard on the phone that insisted their name is Kevin?
Kevin, yeah. it's Kevin.
Good afternoon, my name is Kevin. No, it's the morning.
No,
You're
it's
not. In the UK, are you?
What, you from Essex, mate?
That'll be an Indian call centre then.
Yeah.
I've had a few of them in my time, and they say, "Good afternoon." No, it's not. Where are you? You're looking at the wrong clock.
Yeah. No, it's 4 a.m. here.
Yeah, I've been talking to a lot of them lately.
Yeah. My name is Kevin. I'm from Microsoft, and you've got a
Hey,
virus.
Yeah.
Don't have a computer.
Hey.
Well,
I will explain you each and everything.
And what you do?
What you are confused is just tell them you're using an Apple computer.
Oh no, mate!
Yeah,
You don't do
well,
it too
haven't I?
quickly though. You sit down with them, and then you go through. Yes, it's on. Yes, I'm on the internet. I won't let me download that program. It's
Yeah.
saying it doesn't suit my computer. Oh no, I've got an Apple computer.
Yeah. And for those who don't know, Apple actually gets 2-to-1 hit ratios of malware as opposed to Microsoft. So yes, Apple does get viruses. 2-to-1.
In the beginning, the Unity gang
The
created radar.
oh,
And the radar
no
was
name's
without form and
Gray.
void, and darkness was upon the face of the PPI. And the spirit of the Unity gang moved upon the circuit diagrams. And the Unity gang said, "Let there be a power supply." And there was a power supply. And the Unity gang saw the power supply, that it was good. And the Unity gang divided the power supply with an on-off switch and a light, which was often in darkness. And the Unity gang called the light on, and the darkness he called off. And the on-off switch and the light was the first day. And the Unity gang said, "Let there be wiring in the midst of the system, and let there be dividers to control the potentials." And the Unity gang made the wiring and the dividers, and it was so. And the Unity gang caused the potentials to be divided and the wiring to carry current. And the evening and the morning were the second day. And the Unity gang said, "Let there be magnetrons and klystrons, and let modulators appear." And the Unity gang commissioned the transmitter, and the Unity gang saw that it was good. And the Unity gang said, "Let there be receivers, the logarithmic amplifier, and the circuits yielding the waveforms of every kind upon the earth." And it was so. And the receivers brought forth signals and waveforms of every kind. And the logarithmic amplifier did not saturate, and the Unity gang saw that it was good. And the evening and the morning were the third day. And the Unity gang said, "Let there be targets in the firmament of the heaven day and night, and let them be for defense and for reconnaissance, attack, and for cargo and passengers. And let them be illuminated by radar in the firmament of the heaven to give light upon the PPI." And it was so. And the Unity gang made two great systems, the greater system to give early warning, and the lesser system to make the intercept. He made the nav aids also. And the unity gain set them to shine into the firmament of the heaven, and to give light upon the PPI, and to rule over the day and over the night, and to track the aircraft in the darkness. And the unity gain saw that it was good. And the evening and the morning were the fourth day. And the unity gain said, let the vendors bring forth abundantly the components that make radar life, and that which may illuminate above the earth and in the open firmament of the heaven. And the unity gain created great antennae, and every component that moveth, which the vendors brought forth abundantly after their kind, and every winged aircraft after his kind. And the unity gain saw that it was good. And the unity gain blessed them, saying, be fruitful and multiply, and fill the PPI with targets, and let the targets multiply on the PPI. And the evening and the morning were the fifth day. And the unity gain said, let the earth bring forth the living creature after his kind, technicians and mechanics, and the scope dopes of the earth after his kind. And it was so. And the unity gain made the technicians after his kind, and mechanics after their kind, and every scope dope that creepeth upon the earth after his kind. And the unity gain saw that it was good. And the unity gain said, let us make officers in our image after our likeness, and let them have dominion over the technicians and the mechanics, and over all the earth, and over every creeping scope dope that creepeth upon the earth. So the unity gain created officers in his own image. In the image of the unity gain created he him. Male and female created he them. And the unity gain blessed them. And the unity gain said unto them, be fruitful and multiply, and replenish the earth, and subdue the other ranks, and have dominion over the systems, and over the aircraft of the air, and over every living thing that moveth around the station. And the unity gain said, behold, I have given you every kind of radar which is upon the face of the earth, and every vendor in which is the fruit of a factory yielding equipment. To you it shall be for meat. And to every technician of the earth, and to every aircraft of the air, and to every scope dope that creepeth upon the earth, wherein there is life, I have given every kind of system for meat. And it was so. And the unity gain saw everything that he had made, and behold, it was very good. And the evening and the morning were the sixth day. Thus the radar systems and personnel were finished, and all the host of them, but the unity gain did not rest. And on the seventh day, the unity gain had to fix the radar, for it had gone unserviceable.
There you go.
Is that the thing you sent him, Alan?
Yeah.
That's the thing I said. Yes.
Brilliant.
All hail the
Yeah.
unity gain.
Are you going to play the
10 Commandments.
Ten Commandments, or should I play the Ten Commandments?
Have I got them?
Don't know.
I don't know.
I
Either.
can give them to you.
I was in the middle of doing something.
Yeah, I'll play the Ten Commandments. Don't worry.
Okay, I'll get back to what I was doing.
Audio in the right spot.
Who's that whistling?
Right, that's the intermission music.
Oh, I wonder who that was.
Oh, come on, you've seen the Holy Grail, surely.
Yeah, a long time ago.
Always remember that tune.
Yeah. I wonder what Africa looked
I
like.
think you should do it.
I wonder what Africa looked like.
The number of the commandments shall be 10. Beware of the lightning that
everybody hear
lurketh
it?
in an
Yes.
undisturbed cause thee to be bounced upon thy buttocks in an ungentlemanly manner. Ensure thy switch that supplieth large quantities of juice be opened and thus tagged, so that thy days be long in this vale of tears. Prove to thyself that all circuits that radiate upon which thou workest are grounded, lest thee also be raised up to that high frequency potential and cause thee to radiate also. Take care that thou usest the proper method when thou takest the measure of high voltages, so thou dost not incinerate thyself or thy meter. For thou hast no serial number, and be easily replaced, but thy meter doeth, as consequence bringeth much woe unto the supply department. Tarry us not amongst those who deal in intentional shocks, as they are surely non-believers and are not long on this mortal coil. Take care that thou tamperest not amongst interlocks and safety devices, for this will incur the wrath of thy seniors, and bring forth the fury of thy safety officer to be visited upon thy head and shoulders. Workest thou not upon energized equipment, for if thou doest, thy friends will surely be buying strong liquor for thy widow and consoling her in ways not acceptable to thee. Verily I say unto you, never service high voltage equipment alone. For electric cooking is a slothful process, and thou mightst sizzle in thine own fat for hours before thy maker sees it fit for him to draw you into his fold. Trifle thou not with radioactive tubes and substances, lest thou commence thee to glow in the dark like a lightning bug, and thy wife will be frustrated nightly and have no use for thee but thine wage. Commit thou to memory the works of the prophets, which are written in the tablets of instruction, and giveth thee the straight dope with which to consoleth thee. If all these precepts are followed, you will surely be of those admitted to the glorious kingdom at the day of judgment.
They are absolutely brilliant. And thank you very much.
Yeah, well done, Blue.
Yeah, good job.
Yeah, you're welcome,
Yeah.
Alan. It was fun.
Yeah.
I have to admit, I didn't write either of those. I did actually steal.
Oh, that's fair enough.
But yeah, it's
It's hard to read that without laughing.
oh, that was really hard to read.
That's the trick, keeping a straight face, yeah. Just waiting for you to go first shot, they'll take out the holy pin.
Was Africa underwater many years ago?
Africa?
Yeah.
No.
It's just erosion of the weather what's caused all the look of it.
Yeah, I mean, the continents as we know them now have more or less been that. I'd say the only continent that's really changed over millions and millions, if not billions of years, would be Antarctica, because Antarctica was never always at the South Pole. I mean, obviously, at one point, they're fairly certain it was all one big supercontinent called Pangaea.
Yeah.
Antarctica, I think, from fossil evidence and everything else they've found there, at one point was much further north than it is now, because it supported quite a diverse range of wildlife. I mean, they found dinosaur fossils there. So that just goes to show you that at one point Antarctica was not at the South Pole. It couldn't be. But yeah, everything else is still okay. All the continents have sort of broken up, and you can see where sort of India sort of moved into Asia, and that's why you get the Himalayas and things like that.
Yeah.
But they're all still, they were land masses. They still are land masses. I'd say Antarctica's really the only one that's undergone the most change.
Yeah, because it's mainly lots of islands underneath it rather than one solid mass of land, isn't it, under Antarctic? If they took all the ice away, you can see where all the lakes and everything are underneath.
Yeah, but it's still one big solid landmass, and actually the continent of Antarctica is bigger than mainland USA.
Oh yeah,
it's huge, but everybody forgets it because when you look at all the various maps and even images of the entire Earth, it's that little lump at the bottom, and it's not a little lump at all. A huge one. It's huge.
Where's Wally's in the side chat?
Who?
Oh, Terry,
Who?
you need to
Who?
fix Wally up.
Who?
Where's Wally?
Where?
Who has Terry had a spanner cleansing? Yes.
Yes.
Terry, yeah, Terry
Yes.
had the spanner cleansing.
Yeah, Terry has. Yeah. Hello, Terry.
I
How you been
don't know
washing your
that,
dick?
Wally. You feeding your cat? Are you feeding your cat again, Wally? That cat must be getting a fat cat. Must be a fat cat.
Terry, have you washed your dick? Ter- I'm gonna call him that, Terry. Hello, Terry. Owen's off.
Oh, he's cooking
Cooking
muffins.
muffins.
I wouldn't have guessed that one. Cooking muffins. I'm going to write all these excuses down.
All right, you got a book's worth already, haven't you?
Yeah. You can't use
Must
cooking
have
muffins
British
again,
atomic
Wally.
plates. Cooking muffins. Yeah.
What time can I usually do a stream where you could probably come on, Wally? Doesn't take 3 hours to cook muffins.
Thanks, Terry.
Look, I just gave you a spanner. I might as well take it back off you and somebody can whack you.
Yeah, keep
There.
calling him Terry.
Look, there you go. Wally's naked.
Those dirty dicks.
No, I said I'm not doing any more today, so carry on.
Okay. Who's left? Oh dear.
Who's left?
Mustn't be many naked people left. If I duplicate, I might have to join. What do you mean if you duplicate? What was I up to? I'm trying to find something out there in notifications because I just need something else to add to this.
Yeah, mate.
List
If you
of
drop them
vids.
off, make sure your muffin lands butt side up, Wally, because you don't want to have to wash your dick.
There? Who's this one?
It makes a hell of a
Cheery's
mess.
quite good because it sounds as if you're speaking Australian. Cheery.
Terry.
Cheery.
Yeah.
G'day, Cheery.
Yeah. Hey, you drop that muffin butt side down on your dick.
Oh
You better
no,
go wash it, mate.
we can't watch that one. That goes for
Dick.
2 hours.
You dick.
I'm not
You
going to
dick.
watch that. Try.
Yeah.
If I use the same excuse twice.
Yeah.
Oh, that's what Wally meant by duplicate.
Duplicate. Yeah.
Yeah, so you need to keep note in case he doubles up.
He's got a bloody great big list of excuses, hasn't he? And he's just working his way down them.
Of course he has. He's been doing Flurfer videos. He's got all the excuses.
Well,
That's true.
Well, I was going to say, Wally must have worked as a public servant at one stage.
There you are, Wally. Does that help you how to speak?
Bugs.
What about Boggs? Boggs.
6. 1 less than
Is.
7.
I
can just hear Planner Walk. I'm sorry, I can hear Planner Walk. And I'm saying
Yeah.
Well, if you eat the blue ones,
7 sucks 7.
7 sucks 7.
my muffins off my dick.
My favourite's not easy.
Hot Duffy Colt.
Duffy Colt.
Duffy Colt.
Duffy Colt.
I like a person who fixes cars.
Yeah.
Fish and chips.
Fish and chips. He did work as that. You're right there, Paula.
Boggs is crying.
No.
Can somebody put their shoulder out for Boggs to cry on?
Oh, he needs
Yeah,
a
sure.
spanner, Terry. That's what he's crying about. Our number
Where are
one
you,
lurker.
Box?
He got a spanner.
I go cry. Oh. Hello.
I can't find any other creators that have put anything out lately. That's short enough anyway.
Yeah,
Less
I
than
think
10 minutes
we
if I
I think we got up
preferably.
to date yesterday, didn't we?
Yeah, I didn't use all my list. I did have a few backups.
I can't wash my deck in 10 minutes. That's too big. Boom.
Oh, Sleeping Warrior premiered. How I cured an idiopathic pulmonary fibrosis. Oh, no, I know about that one.
No.
Oh, it's a bloody dog, isn't it?
I don't know. Who else is out there? Ranty? No, I don't want Ranty. The Book of the Sun is live. How many proofs do you need?
No, we're not going to go there, Terry.
Okay, I won't go there.
The last thing I want to hear. Yeah, the last thing I want to hear is Super Rat's voice.
Yeah, okay.
I don't know.
Isn't it just? Oh.
And Plain Truth uploaded. He thinks boats disappear from the bottom up. I don't know how much longer that goes for.
I don't know. Just gonna wash my back.
Did you get that one that I mentioned earlier, Terry?
You know, I got the memory of a what is it?
He's forgotten.
Yeah.
He's forgotten.
Yeah, good call.
No, I can't see anyone else. Everyone else's stuff's goes for too long.
Where's Wally's put? No super rats? Question mark.
No.
What?
I don't know.
You want to see Bratz, Wally?
Well, I don't know.
Well, next time you come on the panel, I'll let you have Super Rat.
The internal Terry.
Internal Terry? That doesn't sound right.
Terry.
Maybe it says goldfish.
I've dropped a message on the internal chat for you.
Okay, go out of that.
I'm not going to give you an internal though.
I've already got that.
That's all right. Just making sure.
Already got that. Well, that means I've only got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That should keep us going for a little while. I can't find anyone else. No one else. Blue, you haven't put anything out in the last day? Oh, you've been spending time making that and you didn't get anything.
I think he was doing my audio for me.
Yeah.
Yeah. Where's Wally says no to Dim Dim.
You got in, Wally, I think I'm caught up to you too.
How about Wolfie? Has he done any lately?
No, I haven't got any notifications for a Wolfie.
He did Wolfie the other day. I don't think he's got another one out.
Anton Pentoff?
I'll tell you what.
Yeah, I've got an Anton.
Blue's latest video, which of course is about Gleam. Guess who hasn't commented on this video?
8, 9.
Oh. What about Dr. Becky?
Dr. Becky.
Where is all the antimatter? Is her latest one. Unsolved Mystery in Physics.
In a box
I do have Dr. Becky in me thing, but I never play any of hers.
She's good. She's
blah 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 blah.
Oh, blah 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 yourself.
She'd suit your stream a treat, Terry.
Yeah.
She's well crazy.
Well, next time we're over in Discord, we'll run through a few of her videos and we'll see if we can work something out. Yeah, I got Mr. Sensible Wally.
Oh, 7.
AB Science did a good one in the last day or so, as John said. I don't know if I got AB Science.
Yeah, you should.
Yeah, but I didn't look. I'll leave that for when's me next stream? What's today? Saturday, Monday night. Yeah. Monday night. We'll leave a few for Monday night.
Oh. So far,
what do we got?
Nothing's in the lead. You've got a 7, a 33, a 5, an 8,
8,
a 4.
4.
Oh, we
We've
got
another
2
7.
8s. We
Got
got 2 8s, 2 7s. Trip and Fool. Hello, Trip and Fool. Hello, Brainery.
So, do you want to see how bad? Oh,
What do we need? A 7 or a
or an 8.
or an 8? 7 or an 8?
Yep.
7. There's a 7.
Oh,
Oh,
we've got a
there we
7.
go. Where's
We've got a
Wally?
7.
3 7s.
3
Triple
7.
Where's Wally you saved the day? We've got 3 7s.
7
Yep.
wins.
We just won the jackpot.
Yeah.
Okay. Dave? Jeez. He's pushing his luck,
4.
I tell you.
It bloody well is. Yeah.
Now, what number was it again? I forgot.
7.
7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Hold a colon.
Look, and I've mixed them up at random when I put the tabs, so whatever you get, whatever you get.
Hey.
You can call me Al.
Mippet, nag. I had just got the video going, and then you go and press play.
Yeah, press play, Terry. What are you waiting for?
Press play. Press play, Terry.
I've got to have it ready to press play.
Can't you press play before you get it ready?
Yeah, okay. I never thought of that.
What's your problem?
Oh dear. Yeah.
P.
No, I've got to remove a moderator.
Oh, right.
I wonder who that's going to be.
I realise that number is a no-no. What's wrong with 4?
Press the any key. Colin says press the any key.
We ain't got
I don't know.
yet.
Where's the any key?
Yeah, we have to.
Have I got an any key?
No.
You sure?
Yeah, that's a special key. You got.
No, the N and E are nowhere near each other.
From Northern Michigan, this is Bob the Science Guy. You know, one of my policies is that I no longer go on flat earth debate shows and debate flat earthers because many times it's kind of like trying to play chess with pigeons. They don't understand the rules, they just make a mess of the board, and then when they leave, they just brag to their friends that they kicked your butt. I do, however, stop by occasionally just for my own personal amusement, and this is one such example. Here we have Quantum Eraser and his buddies talking to a globe earther about the difference between the geometric and the apparent horizon. Now, they seem to be quite confused in that they think that if we don't see the geometric horizon, it does not exist. And one of the things that they brought up was the measurement of the radius of the Earth by Al-Biruni. So today I thought that I would try and clear up this confusion that they seem to have in the flat Earth community between the geometric and the apparent horizon, and we'll have a quick look at the Al-Biruni method of measuring the radius of the Earth. Then we'll have a look at some sources of error for this measurement, both in the measurement itself and due to refraction and other factors. The thing that I'm really curious about is how much of a difference will refraction make, and how much of a difference will the difference between the geometric and the apparent horizon make. So let's cue up the music and we'll get going. It should be fun. Well, this channel has the very mature name of Ballbusters, and it's run by a gentleman by the name of Quantum Eraser, who claims to be a biblical fundamentalist and a Christian, yet has a very abusive style of interviewing and presentation. So I'm going to let him talk about the method Al-Biruni real quick, and then we'll sit down and see if we can clear up some of his misconceptions.
He measured the dip angle. Yeah, he's a dip, all right. Using an astrolabe, and he applied to the law of sines formula. He also made use of algebra in this calculation. Let's take a look at this. Right? This is it. This is what he did. I got some questions here. Yeah, I'm just going to make it a quick death. Let's take a look at this. So A is the highest point of the mountain, A. B, lowest point of the mountain, B. H, height of the mountain, H. C, the lowest point of the true horizon visible from point A. The true horizon, you mean the imaginary horizon? No, this is the geometric horizon, folks, because to get the Earth's radius, which is based on geometry, then you have to use the geometric horizon. For crying out loud. You can't get a geometric horizon from a refracted horizon. You can't get a geometric radius from a refracted horizon. That's it. I don't have to say anymore. It's the kill shot.
Now let's explore a couple of things here. First of all is the logic and attitude of Quantum Eraser. Clearly, Quantum Eraser is a very aggressive and very abusive host when he makes his presentation. And the way that he treats people that come on his show could only be described as not very Christian. But let's go ahead and look at a couple of good points that he raises. First of all, this is indeed the method Al-Biruni. And indeed, yes, we do have an issue with refraction. Now, here's where Quantum Eraser makes his error. Now, the geometric horizon is a point perpendicular to the radius of the sphere where your eye level meets the edge of the horizon. Now, the reason that this doesn't work very well on our Earth is that we have an atmosphere, and as a result, we have atmospheric refraction. This means that our apparent horizon to our eyes is some 8 or 10% beyond the geometric horizon because of the refraction bending the light around the curve of the Earth a little bit. Now, he does raise one very good point and one very foolish point. Now, the good point that he raises is that due to the fact there is refraction and this method is based on the geometric horizon, there is going to be a source of error. Let's see how much that error would actually be. The second is because we cannot see the geometric horizon does not exist, which is simply not true. For example, in their famous black swan photograph, we see 2 oil rigs off the coast of California. But do we see the physical oil rigs? Of course not. We see light reflected off of those oil rigs, registering on our retinas or our cameras. We don't actually see the oil rig itself. But in order to have that reflected light, there has to be a physical object there. So even though we don't see the actual physical object, it has to be present for us to see light reflected off of the physical object, if you follow me. Likewise, we have to have a geometric horizon, or we wouldn't have an apparent horizon just past it. You can't be just past something that doesn't exist. So let's go ahead and look at the method Al-Biruni first. Now we know from basic geometry that the sum of the internal angles of a triangle, a two-dimensional triangle, equal 180 degrees. A right angle is 90 degrees. So the sum of these other two angles has to equal 90 degrees as well, but we don't know what they are. But there's another interesting thing that we notice about this drawing, and that is that this is a right angle. Now, by measuring the dip to the horizon from our observation point, which is angle alpha here, we know that this angle is that 90 degrees minus angle alpha. So we have angle alpha right here, and we also have angle alpha down here. That gives us a triangle that we can measure. We know that this distance right here is the radius of the Earth. We know that this distance is the radius of the Earth plus the height of the mountain. Using a little trigonometry, we can use those values to find the value of R. Now there's two parts to the method Al-Biruni. The first part is to measure the height of the mountain. The second part is to use the drop to the horizon to calculate the radius of the Earth. Now, in all honesty, this is really not that difficult of a concept, and the mathematics behind it are not that challenging and actually a little fun when you see them come together. If you would like me to go through all of the mathematics of the method Al-Biruni, I will, and I'll do that in another video. Just leave me a comment and ask me to do it, and I'll do it. It should just be a 10 or 15-minute video. If not, I have a very interesting video I've already done on it, featuring the main surveyor. And we're going to go over his data real quick now to show that this method actually works to give us an accurate radius of the Earth. Now here's just a recap of the method. As you see, we have two parallel lines here. We have a right triangle drawn between them. This is a right angle here. We have a drop angle. That's angle alpha. Angle beta is 90 degrees minus angle alpha. And due to the fact the internal angles of a triangle are 180 degrees, this is also angle alpha down here. Now, if you look at the next explanation, here's the method Al-Biruni graphically. So we have that right angle right here. We have angle alpha, and this is the radius plus the height of the mountain and the radius of the Earth over here. Now, what the main surveyor did was he went out to a benchmark, which is placed by the U.S. Geological Survey on a prominent point, and it is surveyed in to its exact location and elevation above mean sea level. So he set up his transit on top of that so that he literally had a benchmark from which to make his measurements. And then he measured the horizon. And he did it 5 times, looking for the drop in the horizon, which is the amount that is past 90 degrees. And as you can see right down here, the average of those 5 measurements was 90 degrees, 9 minutes, and 35.4 seconds. Then he went through the method Al-Biruni, which is the radius of the Earth equals the height times the cosine alpha over 1 minus the cosine of alpha. He plugged in his elevation, which was 77.4, came up with the radius of the Earth of 3,772.27 miles, and the accepted radius of the Earth is 3,959 miles. Now, this is less than a 5% error, which is not bad for one observation. Combine this with 1,000 observations from different spots on the world and average them out, and you're going to become closer and closer to that accepted value. But you're still going to be off a little bit because we're not taking into account refraction. So let's go over to Walter Bisson's Advanced Earth Curve Calculator and get an idea as to how much refraction will change this value of R. So let's come up here and let's go to 5 meters of elevation. I get yelled at all the time for using imperial measurements, so we're going to make it a point to use metric on this one. So our observer height will be 5 meters. We're going to put in 0 for refraction. This will give us the geometric horizon. And our target distance will be 50,000 meters away, and it'll be 10 meters high. Now, if we go down here, we see the distance to the horizon from our eye is 7,981.86 meters. And the dip angle would be 0.0717825. Now, let's see how that changes if we put in standard refraction. So as you see now, the horizon is 8,764.3 meters away, and the dip angle is also a little bit different, 0.0653741 degrees. So let's go ahead and make a little table of this. And that's what I did here. Now I'm going to pop out real quick so we can go over these numbers. Now right here we have our 5 meter observation height. Here's the reference to the horizon with no refraction. And here's the horizon with refraction. And as you can see, it's about 9.8% greater with refraction. Here's our dip angle with no refraction and our dip angle with refraction. Here's the radius of the Earth with no refraction, and here's the radius of the Earth with refraction. And I did that for 5 meters, 50 meters, and 500 meters. It should be noted that Al-Biruni did this at about 475 meters, and the main surveyor did it at less than 30 meters. Now let's see what kind of error rate this gives us. Now recall that the main surveyor did it on one day and took 5 readings. Now, whether or not there was standard refraction on that day, I don't know. That's why in science you do many, many measurements before you actually come up with a value that you can have some confidence in. But he didn't do too badly with it, coming within about 5.5% of the radius of the Earth on his 5 measurements. But let's see how we do with this one. Now let's go over a couple of quick things on this table. The difference between the apparent horizon and the geometric horizon is about 9.8% at 5 meters. Notice it starts going down a little bit the higher you go, and by the time you get up to 50 kilometers, they're almost exactly the same. Now the reason that this happens is the higher you go, the less difference the refraction makes in the actual distance to the horizon. And when you get up 50 kilometers above the surface of the Earth, the geometric and the apparent horizon are almost in the same place to your eye. Now let's have a look at the dip angles. For both the no refraction and the refraction, notice it starts off at a very, very tiny little angle. And as you go higher, it goes up by a factor of 100. Now let's apply the Al-Biruni formula to these dip angles. Now recall that my program uses cosine in radians. And the way that you convert degrees to radians is you divide the number of degrees by 57. Now that's not the exact number, but I just used 57 to kind of round it a little bit. Now with no refraction at 5 meters, I got 6,305,395 meters for the radius of the Earth. With refraction, I got 7,602,178. Now if you look right down here, the difference is about 20.57%. Now here's a couple of things that you should notice. In all cases, the radius with refraction is larger than the radius without the refraction, and that goes all the way down the line, including 50 kilometers, although again, they're coming very close. If you look at a percentage of the apparent horizon versus the geometric horizon, you'll see it starts off about 20% longer. That number continues to go down, and by the time you get up to about 50 kilometers, it's almost exactly the same. There's only a 0.02% difference. When the atmosphere refracts your line of sight, it goes into a curve, and that curve has an approximate radius of 7 over 6 times the radius of the Earth. So let's go ahead and correct for that. So we'll take our 120.57%, which is our apparent horizon, divided by our geometric horizon, and we'll multiply that by 6 and divide it by 7. That gives us an R value 3.34% greater than the actual R value. Now, while this rule of thumb holds pretty well up to any reasonable height, say 500 meters, the reason for this is as you get up to about 50 kilometers, your geometric and your apparent horizon appear to be at about the same dip angle to your eye. They're very, very close, and the error rate is extremely small due to refraction. It's very significant when you're much lower in altitude, say 5 to 500 meters, because that's the part of the atmosphere where all the refraction occurs. So the bottom line is this. The folks over in the flat earth like to point out the fact that we see the apparent horizon. And because we see the apparent horizon, but not the geometric horizon, for some reason the geometric horizon doesn't exist. Well, that's no more true than the fact that the oil rigs off the California coast do not exist because we don't see the physical image of those oil rigs. We only see the reflected light of the oil rigs. The purpose of this video was to show that we can look at sources of error in our measurements. For example, the main surveyor used professional surveying equipment, which is extremely accurate, and managed to peg the radius of the Earth within about 5.5%. Now, if you look at a sextant, it's accurate to about 1/100th of a degree. If you look at an astrolabe, as Al-Biruni used, you're looking at an accuracy of probably no more than 1/4 of a degree. So the fact that he got as accurate a reading as he did based on hundreds of measurements is amazing and demonstrates why you don't just take one measurement and call it good. Now, the main surveyor only checked one day. We don't know exactly what the refraction was that day, but chances are it was not exactly 7/6 standard refraction. If we did that same reading on 100 days with a clear horizon, we'd have a much better result. But we only did one day with 5 readings and still got within 5.5% of the actual radius of the Earth. When is good enough good enough? For example, one of the other things that the Flat Earth likes to talk about is the difference between Einstein and Newton. For building bridges and firing bullets and doing everything in our daily life, Newtonian mechanics is perfectly accurate enough. We only need the fine-tuning that Einstein gives us if we are dealing with very specific circumstances, such as very fast or very massive objects. In the meantime, airplanes fly just fine with Newtonian mechanics. This is an important approach to science. You have to decide what level of error you're willing to accept. To be quite frank, just looking at the drop to a horizon, 3.5, 5% accuracy when it comes to the radius of the Earth is actually quite good and quite satisfactory for what we're doing. If this was a formal survey, we'd have to do a little bit better than that, and we'd also have to check it by other means. Now, checking by other means is an important thing to think about too. This is only one way to find the radius of the Earth. We can look at the method of Eratosthenes and find the circumference of the Earth and get a radius from that. How do the two compare? We can look at great circle courses. That requires knowing the radius of the Earth. We can measure the distance of a great circle course and back calculate what the radius of the Earth should be. Does it match up with the first two equations? If they all match up, chances are we're pretty close to what the actual radius of the Earth is. So, this is Bob the Science Guy signing out from Northern Michigan. Thank you again for stopping by, and I hope you found this helpful. Remember, if you would like me to go through all the math of the method al-Biruni, I will. It's actually a little fun, but it's probably a 10 or 15 minute video that's very math heavy. I'll do it if you'd like me though.
So
The
you can
creaky
talk now.
blinders.
Well,
The
they
sheep.
didn't get all of that, did they? Missed all of that.
No, they missed
Well, you
it.
should have waited till I turned the panel back on.
Get your post-it note and your monitor, Terry. I told you yesterday.
No.
Can't remember what it said. Oh yeah, you're stuck.
That was a breakdancing Del Boy. Yes, Creaky Blinder or Captain Sensible got any?
Mr.
of a sudden, everything's gone really loud in Zoom for me. I don't know about anybody else.
No.
No, it's all right here, Alan.
Yeah, it's all same here.
Yeah, I haven't adjusted anything in here.
No.
Okay.
Zoom has a
Soundboard's
tendency to
buggered
do
you up.
that.
Yeah, I've got
It does
everything
do
back
that,
to
Zoom.
standard here.
Because when
Maybe
I come over from Discord into Zoom, I have to turn everything down. Well, my volume, anyways, because it's just so
no,
loud.
it's just Discord suddenly seemed really loud to me compared with earlier.
Oh, right.
Without me changing anything. But it might just be my head. Headaches is
8 wins.
not quite to the point of buggering off, but getting close.
Ah.
I don't know how this doesn't usually sound too good in here.
Not through Zoom, no.
Not through Zoom.
It's just not here. Where are you, Stu?
Yeah, I thought Stewie was going to be here.
He was.
No, I haven't seen him.
At the start of it, wasn't he?
He was in here at the start.
Yeah.
Oh.
Okay. Oh, I hope you've enjoyed that.
Yeah.
And Stewie wasn't here to hit.
I will on Stewie's channel, but not on Zoom.
No, Zoom does sort of
kills it.
throttle the life out of it, doesn't it?
Yeah. Sounded like I was listening to a potato.
Potato that's plugged into a piece of corn.
Yeah, Zoom's only got a bandwidth of 4 kilohertz, I think.
Yeah, I think you're right there, mate. It's
designed for speech, not music.
It's very unfortunate.
What is it? Any hangouts at all? Ones are any better for sound?
Possibly. You'd have to get one more specific for it. What I do is turn Zoom off. I change the headphone settings to a random setting so I can hear it in YouTube.
Yeah. vMix is meant to be better, Terry, but yeah.
It's expensive, isn't it?
It's expensive.
I'm barely able to afford what I got.
Yeah, needs better audio.
Oh. Well, I never thought I was going to be a music channel.
No, for the amount of times you play music, it's not worth. Sam Cam.
Yeah.
Sam Cam. You know what to do. You know what to do, moderators.
Yeah.
That's untidy.
Hey, well done, Muppet.
Okay, what's the joke with number 4 then? What have I
just to keep pressing the keys to keep pressing 4 all the time. That's all the press.
Yeah, it started probably about 4 weeks ago.
Yeah.
Where Terry was doing that whole interactive thing with the audience.
Oh, what? Just deleting people? Yeah.
Yeah. Instead of
they were voting for the thing, and every time they voted,
it was 4.
Each time they started doing the 4, spamming the 4 all the time. So that was it.
Dave's being good.
So we never get to listen. We never get to listen to track.
You're never going to get number 4 again.
Yeah, that's it. You'll never know what 4 is.
Unless of course there's 20. Unless Terry's got 20 windows open, you can have 14.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Number 4 is not a joke. We are totally
Fred
serious.
and Trippin, it's not counted because it's between 0 and 7. 7, 5, 1. 7, 5,
6
1.
minus 2.
What's this? Fred, not fair to make it a choice then banned for it. That's dirty pool. Fred, we just explained the reason why. It's punishment from the people that did it before, so blame them. Speak to the peanuts that spammed the 4 the first time. They started it.
4.
Spoiler for everybody else.
Yeah.
He's playing golf now, Dave.
I've got 7, 5.
Stingray.
Oh, Stingray.
And a 1.
Hello, Stingray.
And a 1. Well done to Blue on latest video gleam.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I thought I didn't have a Blues video gleam.
No,
you did it the other day, didn't you?
Oh, we did it the other day, Stingray. You're a bit slow.
Yeah.
Right.
7.
I just checked. He still hasn't left a comment on there.
I got 2 7s, a 5, a 1. Oh, 2 5s, I think. No, 1 5. It's hard to count. 7.
It's another 7.
Then 7 shouldn't be a choice either. Why, Fred? Why shouldn't 7 be a choice?
Because you said between 0 and 7, so therefore you should be able to pick 0 or 7.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, 7. Yeah, 7's not counted. What are you doing to me?
They should say 1 to 6.
They should say 1 to 6 then, because you should only if you say the number, that usually includes the number.
That's correct.
Yeah, well, I just want to be confusing.
Well, why not?
He said between.
It's working.
Yeah, but he said between 0.
Yeah, that's why I said between. Yeah.
Yeah.
He didn't say. Yeah. Well, if he said from 1 to 6, that's different. That's different to between 1 to 6.
Yeah. You won't be able to.
If
you said between.
Usually includes start and stop. So the between 0 and 5 would include 0 and 5 in the.
Ow.
in the list of items.
So,
In the same way as between 8 and 17. Include 8 and 17 in the list of items you can pick.
And just understand, Alan, before I say this, that I'm just being a stirring pain in the arse. That means that means from now on, when I write a letter, I'll say to Terry between Peter. Does that work? Because they're the same.
Huh?
No.
Well, if between and from are the same, that means I can interchange the words.
Only in certain context. It's context sensitive, unfortunately, Peter.
You're using logic, Alan.
How dare you use logic and truth and ruin my fun?
Logic and treason.
That's no fun.
Yeah.
I thought I'd figured it all out like a flat earther there for a second.
Did the ferret did it said press play? I didn't even know we got a vote. Go.
No, I don't think you picked a number yet.
Let's scroll back
11.
up. What was we down to? 7. Oh no, not sevens.
Sevens?
No, not 7. 1, 5.
We got a 7.
We got a 1 and a 5.
And a 7.
No, I got 2 5s.
7,
Dora
1.
and Brainery did 5s.
Maybe it says 7 1.
5. Who put 7?
Mippet.
Nagging will commence in 5, 4, 3, 2.
7 1.
No, 7 can't win. It's between 0 and 7.
1 and 6.
Oh dear. I got a 1. Oh.
Dave's learned not to put 4.
There was 2 5s and 2 1s.
There's another 2 5s.
Yep.
Oh, 5 wins then. There are 5 wins. Stop voting.
1 1 1 2 1 1 2.
I think 5 wins.
Yeah, 1 1 1 1 1 was a racehorse. 2 2 was 1 2.
It was 1 2.
Oh no, 6 wins.
1 1 1 1
I
no,
made a mistake there.
2 2 1 1 2.
Robert X5 just to get this over.
Whatever this is in binary. That's too high a number, mate. You're well off the mark.
Oh, there goes Sam again.
Alan!
1 2 3 4 5.
5 wins. Cannabis is put 4. No names put 4.
Well, this is good. I love the beginning of this.
Paining is passed on. This black swan is no more. He has ceased to be. He's expired and gone to meet his maker. He's a stiff, bereft of life. He rests in peace. If you hadn't nailed him to the horizon, he'd be pushing up the daisies. His metabolic processes are now history. He's off the twig. He's kicked the bucket. He's shuffled off his mortal coil, run down the curtain and joined the bleeding choir invisibule. He's chuffing snuffed it. This is an ex-Black Swan. Hello, welcome back. I'm Mr. Sensible. Well, as expected, the Flurfs have got all in a kerfuffle over my Black Swan busting refraction experiment. Well, we can't have that. So I decided to run the experiment again, and I put out an appeal for funding. Step forward, my wonderful patrons. I massively appreciate the support of all my patrons, including new patrons Claire Johnson, Mr. Victory, Brian A. Shannon, piparrot, Gunnar Olsen, Sean White and Mark Edwards, and my very latest patrons Eric Hare and Timo. Thank you all so very, very much. So yes, there were lots of flirty comments on the experiment and the experiment breakdown videos. But two people went a step further. Mr. Sleeping Warrior and Mr. Nathan Shouty Oakley. They both did debunk videos. What we'll do first is have a very quick look at the original experiment, and then we'll see what their problem is with my experiment. And after that, we will bust their asses. There'll be a link to this experiment video in the description. As you can see, I've got a ball with a tin tack stuck on it and a second tin tack over by the window with a little paper flag so it's easy to see. The tin tack on the ball is placed near the purplish area, although there is yellow in between. The idea of the tin tack was just something to, in effect, measure against, so you could see the movement of the horizon against. My camera is running the whole time. There's no cuts, no edits. So when we're set up, I bring a lens which acts by refraction and pass it in between the camera and the ball. And if you have a look at the main picture, the tin tack with a horizon appears just behind it, you will see that horizon move. That was the whole point of the experiment. It will loom the horizon, and there you can see a bit of yellow and the purple or blue behind it. That was what it was all about. That's what busted them, and that's what they don't like, which is why they've done debunk videos, which we'll have a look at in just a second. Oakley and Sleepy, I hope you like humble pie black swan flavour. First of all, in the blue corner, we have Mr. Sleeping Warrior. Go ahead, Tony. Do your worst.
Okay, 10 minutes after his recent upload, Mr. Sensible's claim of a debunk is debunked already. By me. Mr. Sensible has done a video where he claims to show the effects of looming, right?
Yes, Tony. I loom an area behind the tack and the horizon itself.
He's not debunking the claim that we make, he's debunking a straw man, a claim that we did not make.
Well, I think I did, but okay, perhaps there's some misunderstanding. So let's let you clear things up.
We all know that looming is a thing, it's defined, it's looming up objects with respect to the horizon. And he demonstrates that.
Well, thank you for that, Tony. You agree that I have shown looming. Carry on.
But what Mr. Sensible should be doing to debunk the black swan is putting the putting the pin 10 units further behind the horizon.
Okay, so you want it behind the horizon. We'll discuss the units and scale in a few minutes.
He needs to have the horizon of the basketball with the dimples. He needs to have the horizon in the foreground with the pin, the upside down pin that you're looking at on screen right now. That needs to be in the background, 9 or 10 units away, relative units, doesn't matter about this, the scale. It can be centimetres, it can be dimples, it doesn't matter. So long as it's 9 or 10 times further away than the actual horizon that he creates, that he's got in the foreground. And then rather than using his magnifying glass to bring something behind the curve into the foreground so we can see it, he needs to use his magnifying glass to make the horizon go 10 times further and appear behind the pin. That's the point we're making, Mr. Sensible. Not that you can loom something up from behind it. That's a straw man. Make the horizon go from 1 unit to 10 units and demonstrate that you can move the physical horizon of your ball behind the pin.
Well, as I said, Tony, I think I've already actually done that. I would be willing to bet that the thickness of the ink of that purple area would be higher, taller than those gas platforms when you take it to that scale. And I have brought a large amount of that purple area into view. I moved the horizon from in front of the purple area to behind it. But hey, let's carry on. This is fun.
If you can't do that, admit it. If you can do it, demonstrate it.
Well, I've done the best with the tools at hand, Tony. I don't suppose you've got an egg I could borrow, or perhaps a TDS meter that measures something. I don't know what.
I challenge you. Redo your video. Get that horizon to appear behind the pin when the pin is 9 or 10 units further back than the horizon in the foreground? If you can't, admit that you can't. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Okay, Anthony, that's the challenge. To move the horizon from in front of the object, where it's partially obscuring it, to some distance behind the object. As I said, we will go through units in a little while. First, I think we need to hear from Mr. Nathan Oakley, because he has an objection to my demonstration.
Black Swan killer. Over here, we have a little tack with a white paper on, a little flag. Here we've got our sphere with our platform on, and we've got this blue area which is beyond the horizon. It can't be seen.
So let's quickly dispense with this complete clown called Mr. Sensible.
Clown? That took you about 2 seconds to do an ad hom. Let's see who's the clown.
Who clearly hasn't understood the Black Swan argument and has made a false analogy by this example. So in the video he claims that this tack is analogous to the oil platforms in the Black Swan imagery, giving us a demarcation point for the distance to horizon.
Yes, a demarcation point. Something to measure against as you see things moving. That's all.
Now he's starting his example with the horizon behind the tack. Now in the imagery, the reason the Black Swan debunks the globe is because the geometric certitude a sphere would offer would place that horizon starting behind in his example in front of the tack.
You've already acknowledged that I'm using it for demarcation, so it makes no odds. It's the horizon and the area beyond the tack I was interested in. But hey, this is your debunk.
His demonstration should be showing the horizon that's physically obscuring the tack, moving by way of a geometric impossibility to no longer obscure it and appear behind it. Refracted shout-outs to the complete clown known as Mr. Sensible.
So Oakley and Sleepy both pretty much have the same issue with the demonstration. They want that horizon to be in front of the object to start with, partly obscuring it, and then for me to be able to refract it so it's behind the object. We will run that experiment. First, let's quickly talk about scale. First, the tack. It's 20 millimeters long. The base is approximately 5 millimeters wide, and the base is approximately 1 millimeter tall. Here's our sphere, so you get a general idea of the size. I don't have a tape measure to hand, so let's be really, really generous and say the circumference is 1 meter around, which is way more than it actually is. Now for some numbers. We're assuming that our sphere is 1 meter circumference. We've measured the tower already in millimeters. So converted to meters, that's 0.001, height of the base, 0.005, the width of the base, and 0.02 meters for the height of the tower. The circumference of the Earth is about 40 million meters. It's actually more than that, so we're rounding down. So again, we're being generous. So let's scale up the height of our tower. 0.001 meters, scaled up to Earth size, or sphere size, is 40,000 meters. The width of the base, 200,000. The height of the tower, 800,000 meters tall. So how can we convert that into kilometers? Anyone?
I don't know. How do you convert meters into kilometers?
No, not you, Oakley. You haven't got the faintest idea. That's right, Riley. We divide it by 1,000.
So if you have a meter and I divide that meter by 1,000, you don't think that would give you millimeters?
Shut up, Oakley. Everybody knows that you can't unit.
You just said you divide meters by 1,000 to get kilometers. So you're saying I divide something that is 1 meter long by 1,000, and that will come out to a kilometer value.
Nathan,
it sounds like you are quite
track.
literally retarded.
Oh dear. Let's carry on. So for the height just of the base, that gives us a height of 40 kilometers. The width of the base, 200 kilometers, and the height of that tower 800 kilometres tall. So as you can see, we do have a bit of an issue with scale. Now Tony, you suggested we look to loom a horizon of 10 dimples, I think. Let's have a quick look at that. Well, 10 dimples appears to be just a fraction over 2.5 centimetres. So again, let's be generous. Let's call it 2.5. So that's 25 millimetres. So 10 dimples. That is, as we've just measured it, 250 millimetres, which is 0.025 metres. Scaled up for our small Earth size, 10 dimples is 1 million metres. And as Tony knows, but Oakley doesn't, to scale that to kilometres, convert that to kilometres, you divide by 1,000, Oakley, which gives us 1,000 kilometres. I don't think that anyone, even a flurf, can imagine seeing 1,000 kilometres. So we ain't going to be looking 10 dimples past the tower. So instead of that giant tack, I chose another object. This is a cigarette lighter flint, and as you can see, it's 4 mil long. So let's just plug in the figures for the flint tower. We had a height of 4 millimetres, which is 0.004 metres, which equals 160,000 metres tall, scaled up. Oh, Oakley, stop bloody sulking. You're wrong. You divide by 1,000. So there we go, 160,000 metres divided by 1,000. That little flint tower will be 160 kilometres tall. But to be honest, it's the smallest thing that I've got to hand. So what you've got to bear in mind is we're not going to hide half of that or even a quarter of that behind the horizon without it being massively past that horizon. We're only going to be able to hide the tiniest amount of it. Well, let's get to it. Roll VT.
Okay, Black Swan number 2. So instead of the tack, we've got a cigarette lighter flint stuck on there. And as you can see on the main picture, you can see a little lump of the sticky pad next to the flint, but there's nothing in between because the horizon is in front. So what we'll do is we'll bring in our refraction and see what happens. So where are we? Oh, here we go. Sorry, there we go. So there's the flint and a little lump of sticky pad with only horizon showing in between because it's obscuring it. And then when we apply the refraction, lo and behold, we've got horizon beyond it.
Here's a close-up of the flint just beyond the horizon with a sticky pad lump sticking up and nothing in between. Compare with the flint afterwards. To the left of it, you can see horizon part way up it. To the right of it and between it and the lump of glue, you can see horizon clearly lifted. So Mr. Anthony Sleeping Warrior Riley, Mr. Nathan Oakley, your challenge has been met. That horizon was in front of the tower and I loomed it behind the tower. Your Black Swan has been shot, plucked, stuffed, barbecued, served, eaten, and you've gone back for seconds when all there is a rotting corpse. I suggest you don't tuck in any further. Who looks like a clown now, Oakley? See you all next time. Stay sensible.
Now.
You remembered.
Yeah. Go on, Oakley. Divide by 1,000. Get meters. Oh, you can't do that.
It must be hard being
an idiot.
Yeah, yeah.
No, you divide you divide a meter by 1,000, you get millimeters.
What a dickhead. Hit millimeters. Oh, so I divide 10,000 meters by 1,000. I'm going to get millimeters, am I? Not kilometers. Oh, right. Okay.
Yeah. I think
And
you
on
just
that
lost
note, good night,
between
folks.
dividing a meter into 1,000 subunits to get millimeters, rather than dividing it by dividing it by 1,000 to make it a smaller number.
Yeah.
Right, no name.
You
Right,
go, no name.
Yeah, I don't understand some. Well, I do, because they don't understand maths. And he's still using the wrong words to describe things to make him sound clever.
Yeah.
But he's not. He's an idiot. Oh my God. What they need is an English teacher to go on his channel and just point out what the words mean, what he's actually using.
Well, the worst bit is in the 8 inches per mile squared.
Yeah.
And when you think of per, you think of dividing by.
Yeah.
Yet you multiply.
Yeah.
Dora's voting. 5.
5.
4.
0.0000.
He got the 4 in.
Sam relinquishes his right to vote. Just don't put 4 down, you'll be fine.
Oh.
Bugger.
Did that parrot come back alive, Alan? 3 plus 1.
It's not funny.
It's just the noises.
I just can't. I can't stay sat perfectly still in the chair all the time because that ends up hurting. But if I move, it hurts.
Yeah.
9 o'clock hero. Hello, 9 o'clock hero.
9. So this is Scott Manley doing what Anton did last week.
Hi, I'm Scott Manley. Fly safe.
We're allowed to play it. We've played it
I know.
before.
Oh yeah, it's fine. Yeah.
Yeah.
Scott Manley's fine, Terry.
Yeah.
Hello, it's Scott Manley here. After getting us all excited before Christmas, Betelgeuse has stopped dimming and started getting brighter again. So yes, it's not going to explode. I told you so. But yeah, it's actually now getting brighter again. And of course, people are now really starting to look hard at the data and finally tease out some results and figure out why it got so dim, why it almost became the third brightest star in the constellation of Orion. Many people thought that the dimming was really the coinciding of the 425-day cycle and the 5.9-year cycle. If they both reached a low point at the same time, then that would explain to a certain extent the dimming. And if that was the case, then they expected the brightness to start rising again in the middle of February, and that's what it did. But that still doesn't explain a mechanism. Betelgeuse has this massive convectively driven atmosphere which is constantly boiling and convecting and turning over. We get hot spots and we get cold spots, and perhaps they had too many cold spots. Earlier in the month, Miguel Montargis at the European Southern Observatory took this image of the disk of Betelgeuse, and you can see that there is a definite darker area in the bottom right. Now, is that a cloud floating over it? Is that area cooler? Is just the star just changing colour? There's many possible explanations, some more likely than others. Now, another team led by Pierre Carvela used the same telescope but with a different instrument. Hello, it's Scott Manley here. After getting us all excited before Christmas, Betelgeuse has stopped dimming and started getting brighter again. So yes, it's not going to explode. I told you so, but yeah, it's actually now getting brighter again. And of course, people are now really starting to look hard at the data and finally tease out some results and figure out why it got so dim, why it almost became the third brightest star in the constellation of Orion. Many people thought that the dimming was really the coinciding of the 425-day cycle and the 5.9-year cycle. If they both reached a low point at the same time, then that would explain to a certain extent the dimming. And if that was the case, then they expected the brightness to start rising again in the middle of February, and that's what it did. But that still doesn't explain a mechanism. Betelgeuse has this massive convectively driven atmosphere which is constantly boiling and convecting and turning over. We get hot spots and we get cold spots, and perhaps they had too many cold spots. Earlier in the month, Miguel Montargis at the European Southern Observatory took this image of the disk of Betelgeuse, and you can see that there is a definite darker area in the bottom right. Now, is that a cloud floating over it? Is that area cooler? Is just the star just changing colour? There's many possible explanations, some more likely than others. Now, another team led by Pierre Carvela used the same telescope, but with a different instrument called Visor, to take an infrared image of the area surrounding Betelgeuse. And what you've got here is the black area they've had to mask out because the star is so bright. And these are dust clouds emitting light in the infrared. And in the middle of that, we have the image that was taken by the other team just to see it for scale. So this is a dust cloud that is coming off of Betelgeuse. We know that Betelgeuse produces these dust grains. The question is that responsible for the dimming? Because these dust clouds are a long way from the star. It will take years for dust emitted now to get out this far that we can actually see it today. So just because we can see this older dust around the star doesn't really help us figure out whether new dust is responsible for the dimming of Betelgeuse. But I want to look at one specific paper which, well, mainly because it was very well explained by its authors, Emily Levesque and Philip Massey. They gave a great explanation on Twitter. It's not revolutionary, it just does everyday stellar astronomy. It asks the question, what is the temperature of Betelgeuse? Has it dropped? Is that going to explain the dropping brightness? As you probably know, basic physics says that the temperature of the body defines the colour of the light that comes off of it. There's a simple law that defines what's called black body radiation, and you might think it would be very simple to look at a star and see which light curve it matches and therefore figure out the temperature. That would be great, but real stars are not ideal black bodies. They have different chemistry, they have different ions, and all the atoms, the ions, potentially molecules, interact to produce a spectrum which is a mess. It's not something that you can very easily fit to this nice, perfect shape. One of the really important landmark materials in the atmospheres of M-type red stars is titanium oxide. So titanium oxide, the titanium obviously doesn't come from inside the star because the star is still too young. At this point, Betelgeuse is still probably burning helium into oxygen and carbon. It's space dust that has fallen in or was in there during the formation. Betelgeuse will actually produce titanium probably in the last couple of days of its life. But we probably won't see that in the star because we won't have time to get dredged up from the core into the atmosphere before the core collapses and the star goes supernova. But titanium oxide is a really good absorber of all sorts of colours, and that's the reason why a lot of dyes and paints actually use titanium oxide to give white paint. In hotter atmospheres, the titanium doesn't bond to the oxygen because it's simply too hot to hold on to each other. But as the temperature drops to around 3500 Kelvin, you start to get the titanium oxide forming, and that drastically changes the spectrum. And that's one of the hallmarks of the Class M atmospheres. So as the star cools, not only does the black body radiation drop off, but the titanium oxide in the atmosphere also reduces the luminosity a bit as well. Now, this spectra is a really good example showing you how the K-type stars are warmer and the M stars are colder. And as you go down, those dotted lines correspond to where the titanium oxide lines are. So as it gets cooler, you see those dotted lines correspond to deeper and deeper gouges out of the spectrum, making it darker there. This strong temperature dependence also means it's a really good marker for helping you estimate the temperature of stars. So instead of trying to match the entire black body curve and figure out where it is, what astronomers do is they look at these lines and they look that as they get stronger or weaker, that corresponds to certain temperature ranges. And sometimes they compare them to other stars, or sometimes the spectra are compared to models where they simulate a bunch of gas or ions at a certain temperature and they see what color light it would theoretically produce. So now you understand that. The astronomers, they took a spectra of Betelgeuse using the Lowell Discovery Telescope, when they had to actually use filters on it because Betelgeuse is too damn bright, and then they compare that against a previous spectra from 2004. And of course, when you put these side by side, or rather on top of each other, you can see that the 2004 Betelgeuse was a whole lot brighter. But when they actually compared the depths of the titanium oxide lines, they looked very close. It suggested that if there was a temperature change, it was not a significant change at all. So the next step is to compare it against other similar stars. These are also red supergiants elsewhere in the Milky Way, so we can get good spectra on them. Some are slightly warmer, some are slightly cooler, and you're looking for the one that has the best spectral fit. And then finally, they compare the spectra against a model created using the Marks code. That's a stellar atmospheres code that was developed at Uppsala University in Sweden. So comparing against all these standards, the team arrived at a temperature of 3600 Kelvin. The 2004 models suggested that it was about 3650 Kelvin, so that was a cooling of 50 Kelvin, but that is not enough to explain it. A cooling of 50 Kelvin suggests a 0.4 magnitude drop, but Betelgeuse had dropped by over 1.1 magnitude, so there was a big difference still there. Which of course brings us back to the title of the paper, which is Betelgeuse just isn't that cool. Effective temperature alone cannot explain the recent dimming of Betelgeuse. But the team thought the spectrum does give them a clue as to what is causing the dimming. So come back to this picture comparing the real spectrum versus the model. The black line is the actual spectra, the red line is what the model says. And over on the left side, that's the shorter wavelength. So you'll notice that the actual spectra has a bit more blue than the model predicts. And their suggestion is that this blue is scattered light from dust that has been recently thrown off by Betelgeuse. Specifically, they say giant dust. So regular interstellar dust is really, really tiny, and it preferentially scatters blue light, so it makes objects appear redder. But as the dust grains get larger, this preferential scattering starts to go away. In the atmospheres of giant stars, these dust grains can form to be larger since they're held together for a long time. And then if there's an event in the atmosphere which blows off a bunch of dust, this dust doesn't scatter in the same way as regular interstellar dust. So this is an effect the team had previously seen, so they knew to look for it and they understood what they were seeing. Now look, this is a single paper, there are other people working that may come to other conclusions. I just wanted to cover this one because honestly the explanation on social media was so well put together, and I realized that I could explain it. I've worked with people that have done this, but I was never a stellar astronomer. I was all about asteroids, but I understood what stellar atmospheres were and how all this stuff could behave. And of course this paper came along at just the right time as Betelgeuse started getting brighter again. There are other people that are looking at it. They will come up with their own data. Maybe they'll agree. Maybe we'll find something cooler. Betelgeuse is this big and complicated system, and but obviously pointing all these instruments at Betelgeuse during this dimming event, we're likely to find out stuff that is new and surprising, and that's great because, if you're a scientist, you always want new and surprising. I'm Scott Manley. Fly safe.
Right. Hannah, this is Pip's altered ego. speaking in the video.
The male version of Pip.
Yeah. That's Scott Manley. He's quite good. Yeah.
Oh,
Globy,
so-
you can't get me.
So,
I'm not
sarcastic
coming back.
barman said he was working, but then he went shopping.
Whoop whoop.
you know how
Yeah.
it works over here, sarcastic barman. If it doesn't hit 6.5 hours, we're not stopping.
Yep. Yeah, he lives in the States now, yeah. Hi, I'm Scott Manley. Fly see. I find that funny. As bad as Anton Pentroff. Hello, wonderful people.
Hello.
Wonderful person.
This Betelgeuse thing that they're looking at, they've only been looking at it for a few years, haven't they? Like to know what it's doing with the technology,
Anton,
with the technology that we've got on hand.
Yeah, Anton Pentroff reckon it might have swallowed a planet.
Hannah,
which
I haven't
makes
got
sense.
the video ready yet.
Press play.
Somebody's getting ahead of themselves again.
I want you to do a 21. Well, if you organise something with the rest of the shield so we don't have to do it all by ourselves, we could probably do that.
Yeah. What has Trip and Fall put? 0.3, 3 3/4.
Oh, did you start the math again? Oh dear.
You can't use decimal and fractions in the same equation.
Or you can.
Not the way he's written it.
I got no
0.3 3/4. That's Gleam levels of mixing your units.
That is, isn't it? That really confused Oakley.
Oh, 500 sub special.
Ooh.
Who's getting 500?
Well,
You
Colin just said, sarcastic barman at Terry, 24 hours for a 500 sub special.
I'm not even 400 yet.
We could
Yeah,
do
but
that,
you
though,
would
Terry.
be.
We could do that.
Yeah.
I reckon it'd get boring probably around about the 12-hour mark for a couple of hours.
Yeah, but we'd have to line up a lot of people to come in when they can at alternate times.
You know what you could do, Terry, is do a fundraiser at the same time for the people that are affected by the fires.
So how did the fundraising go with that when they sent it off to the wrong people? Did they give it back?
I don't know.
Oh. Yeah, see, that woman, that famous woman, done a charity raise, and she sent it to
the one that was doing the booby pics. Is that the one you're talking about?
I don't know. She raised several million.
Yeah, she was.
And they sent it to the
Wait a
Red
minute,
Cross instead.
I think we got a winner. I think. Or
Get
did
in
I?
dinner.
1122.
Ah, hope your dog is all right, Colin.
Yeah.
No, you can't vote twice, Hannah.
2 times 2. No one wants to do the 4. You're all right, Hannah. You can't be.
Ooh.
She got a spanner. Can't be
Bless,
blocked.
bless you.
Yeah. Boobies?
Yeah.
What?
Who
said that?
No, it's because of the delay. I said boobies before.
Oh.
So
is that
what
did she?
So what she did, what she was doing is this lovely young lass was sending out for the majority of the photos, they were quite tasteful, as in tastefully done, well presented photographs of her naked body. For summary prices of donations to the Australian fires. She then got kicked off Twitter, which then just made her even more popular.
Well, yeah.
And then, then the money went to the wrong organisation.
Oh. Yeah, I just hope she got it back. So they could actually donate all the money to them, rather than some bloody charity nicking 3/4 of it.
Okay, I'm waiting for either 1 or a 2 to come through, because that seems to
Boobies.
be the rate sometimes.
What?
Boobies have blue feet.
Globy, no one's going to listen to me for 12
Oh, yeah, they do, don't they?
Ah, yes. They're seabirds, aren't they, boobies?
That's
They are indeed.
Yes.
I believe they're related to. I believe they're a type of albatross or related to it.
Yes.
Albatross.
Very similar to a mutton bird as well.
Albatross.
Got any wafers?
Got any wafers?
Why would I
Mine,
pay for
mine.
naked women's pics when I can
Mine.
go look in the mirror?
Get it on a stick.
Hannah, my
wins,
question
two
my question would be, considering how many pictures there are already on the net, why would you even pay for them at all?
Yeah.
There's plenty of women out there.
Oh, Nibbit's
Number
saying
two.
Red Cross News are not giving the money that was pledged. Yeah, it didn't surprise me.
No, it doesn't surprise me either.
Oops, I made a
How is they
mistake.
going to afford the wage bill of all their expensive directors and managers and
Yeah, all the shields.
Yeah.
Well, I said to many people from the beginning, do not give it to the Red Cross.
Or any
You're
charity
better
like
off
that,
giving it to the the Rural Fire Service in Australia.
Yep.
Because then you know it's going to the families and the firefighters themselves that need it. Because when it goes to the Rural Fire Service, they actually give it to the families who have lost homes and stuff like that.
Yeah, that's where it should go.
Whereas if you give it to the Red Cross, like you said, by the time they take their cut plus
The CEOs,
admin
yeah.
fees plus paperwork pushing fees plus because we've got to drive our car to the letterbox fees.
Oh, and the Sky's Blue fees.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it was once worked out if you gave the Red Cross $100, less than 5 cents actually got to South Africa to feed the starving kids over there.
Yeah.
It's
appalling.
just ridiculous.
Yeah. And of course, their logic is, well, 5 cents will feed the family for a
No,
week.
they'll
Why do
give
they
them
need
fresh.
any more?
That will give them fresh drinking water. You see.
Yeah. Why should they have to have any more? Because the person that gave you the money wanted them to have more, not you.
We'll make this the last one.
All right, Terry.
Oh, McDonald heard a pop. Press play. Play.
Press play.
Play.
Play, please. Please press play.
There we go.
Am I going to have to sing this? Oh no. Old MacDonald had a parp, E-I-E-I-O. He thought that parp came from a cow, E-I-E-I-O. With up here and up there, up, everywhere up. Old MacDonald had a parp, E-I-E-I-O. Old MacDonald heard a parp, E-I-E-I-O. He thought that parp came from a duck, E-I-E-I-O. With a whoop whoop here and a whoop whoop there. Here a whoop there, everywhere whoop whoop. Oh MacDonald heard a parp. Make your mouth more and quiet like the noted end of a balloon. and suck in aerial fire. Here.
What?
Okay. Old MacDonald heard a parp, E-I-E-I-O. He thought that parp came from a goat, E-I-E-I-O. Pucker your lips as though you're about to kiss, but instead blow out quickly. With a here and a there, here a there a everywhere. Old MacDonald heard a parp, E-I-E-I-O. Old MacDonald heard a parp, E-I-E-I-O. He thought that parp came from a unicorn.
What?
That was just a dream. Old
Poor
MacDonald heard
Kirsten's
a
just
parp,
come into the chat.
E-I-E-I-O.
Hannah
Thought
says,
that
what's a
parp came
what's a
from
farp?
pig, E-I-E-I-O. Stick your tongue out and hold it with your teeth. Then blow through the sides of your mouth. With a here and a there, here a there, everywhere. Old MacDonald heard a parp, E-I-E-I-O. Old MacDonald heard a parp, E-I-E-I-O. He thought that parp came from a horse, E-I-E-I-O. Stick your tongue out and blow. Make your lips and tongue sound like a speedboat. Oh. There's a here and a there, here, everywhere. Old MacDonald heard a parp, E-I-E-I-O. Old MacDonald heard a parp, E-I-E-I-O. Turns out that parp came from his wife, E-I-E-I-O.
Brilliant. I don't know what
Old
Pip.
MacDonald heard
I
a
don't
parp
know what
from
boats.
the past.
I don't.
And thankfully, no
Yeah.
singing this time.
No
Old
wonder there's no
MacDonald had a
fishing
farm,
left in.
E-I-E-I-O. But life was boring on the farm. He longed for a new place to go. The bearded farmer had a great plan, and with some help from his team, they used fancy parts and a tank full of parps to make a time-travelling machine. His tractor was joined to the tower, and lightning struck with a blast, and as the bell chimed, they travelled through time to find the best parps from the past. Our hero looked at the big shiny dial. He pulled the lever and span it. With a moo and a quack, they'd travelled way back to find dinosaurs lived on our planet. Now keep your lips together and blow out as hard as you can. Make your mouth erupt like a volcano. Old MacDonald heard a parp, E-I-E-I-O. With a here and a there. It was now time to go. Ancient Egypt was where they stopped next. They soon found a good place to park, and a beautiful queen with jewels red and green let out the most ladylike parp. Make your mouth as small as you can and suck on an imaginary straw.
What?
Old MacDonald heard a parp, E-I-E-I-O, with a here and a there. It was now time to go. The tractor came to a screeching halt by a camp in a muddy old field, and the Viking chief, to much disbelief, squeezed a parp out from under his shield. Squeeze air out of one side of your mouth and make a noise like a frog with a kazoo. Oh, God. Old MacDonald heard a parp, E-I-E-I-O, with a here and a there. It was now time to go. The adventurous farmer kept moving on through some hilarious scenes, like a flatulent Inca, a right royal stinker, and a cowgirl who filled up in beans.
Oh no.
Our fearless gang had made it in time to witness man land on the moon. But he parped and he cursed because they were there first, and his suit filled up like a balloon. Old MacDonald had a farm, E-I-E-I-O, and with their tractor low on fuel, now was the time to head home. But as they journeyed back through the years, they heard the most glorious parp. It echoed through time like an old nursery rhyme, and it came from a house on a farm. Get creative, do whatever you like, and make some gold medal winning parps. Old MacDonald heard a parp, E-I-E-I-O, with a here and there. He did it. He just
Oh, I have to go and get a tissue. I'm all wet.
The cow and the duck and the man with the beard looked through the window and smiled. And there with his toys was the source of the noise. A strangely familiar child.
Yeah, Pip.
The end.
See, they should have shown the crack there. Yeah. They should have shown the crack and put the end.
I'd have loved to seen Pip's face when she was doing all this.
Oh dear. Lucky your husband wasn't home at the time.
I can see why there's no fishing left in Scotland with motorboats sounding like that.
Yeah, spray that again.
Yeah. Phrasing.
Phrasing? Oh dear.
That's good.
No, I can't top that one.
Oh, well, that was fun.
Yeah, I can't top that. Movie night's over.
Yeah, movie night's over.
Oh dear. What have we got left? Nothing.
Oh, I don't know. I don't think there's much left.
No, there's nothing left.
I don't think the gallery could take any more rib tickling. Poor old Kirsten come in just as you're starting Pip's things. Look at it. What the hell have I walked into?
Night, Dave.
Oh, somebody's gone.
Yeah, Dave's gone.
Yeah, see you later, Dave.
Dave.
He said 4 before he went.
Did he?
Yeah, 4.
4. I can't time him out. It's not fair then if he goes.
Oh, well, you could, but...
It won't matter.
It'll be a waste of time. Timed out forever.
Just don't light a match. Yeah, okay, don't light a match.
Yeah.
Damn, it's 1 o'clock and my alarm's going off in the other room.
It is indeed 1 o'clock in the afternoon.
Yes. You're up, Alan.
I can't be asked to get up and walk all the way to the front room just to turn the alarm off.
It will stop eventually, Alan.
Yeah, the trouble is it's on a 3 times repeat as well, isn't it?
Oh. And each repeat is an hour long.
It gets a bit insistent, you know, because like I am really bad at forgetting to take my tablets at lunchtime.
That's why you need a pet ferret to fetch them for you.
Yeah. I like them alarms that get really angry when you don't take no notice of them. And they get louder and louder and louder.
First things first, take the medication.
Yes.
Yeah, everyone be serious for a minute.
Dave's not here, man.
Yeah, you forgot to put man on the end of it at 9 o'clock.
Better?
Yeah. How come, Alan? How come all your copyright names are back to front on your photos?
They're not when I'm seeing it. And I'm looking at the photos on coming through Zoom.
I'm looking in Zoom, and everything's back to front.
No, I see it the right way around. Because I have this issue, because in some applications I have to flip the camera, and in other applications I don't have to flip the camera. Get it right. And I am seeing them the correct way around. What about everybody else?
Anyone else see the copyright?
Yeah,
At the
yeah.
bottom?
It is backwards in Zoom, but
oh yes, it is.
Why the hell am I seeing it the right way around in Zoom?
Because
I don't know.
It's because it's in Australia, Alan.
That's to do with your camera settings, Alan, because you're using the camera part of it.
Yeah, I know I'm using the I'm using the camera, but the camera said I can flip.
Yes.
If I now flip it, it looks backwards. When I see my icon in Zoom, it shows as being the correct way round.
Yeah, that'd be right. But it'll be backward to us then.
But if I undo the horizontal flip,
it's fixed now.
It's fixed. It's the right way.
Yeah, but I now and
now
I now
Alan's
see
got
it
it backwards. Yeah.
So
now it's all backwards for me in Zoom.
Yes.
But the problem is 90% of cameras are set up so that the image that you see is the same as if you're looking into a mirror, which is the mirror reverse. So that's what you would be seeing.
Zoom is flipping it for me so that
yes.
I look like I'm looking in a mirror, even when it's in the doodah.
Yes.
Okay. That's annoying.
Oh, Sleeping Warrior dropped a video.
Did he?
Yeah.
Did he?
Oh, apparently, Colin.
Where did he drop it, down the toilet?
Well, that's where it belongs. We'll just check if it's.
Yeah, just give us a look. We'll have a sticky beak.
Oh, Mr. Sensible still won't scale properly and lies to his own subs.
Well, Colin, you got it before I did because I haven't got it here yet.
What? He's accusing Mr. Sensible not scaling properly.
Yes, and lying.
Oh my God.
You'll have to drop the link because I haven't got him in the notification yet.
Yeah, it hasn't come down to Australia yet, Colin. Oh, there it is.
Check out Sloppy. Yeah, I will if I had the link.
I've got it
Wombat.
too. Here it comes. Internal chat in a few more seconds.
Nag, nag, nag. That's all people do.
Well, that one.
Why is it all the flurfers? I got a really annoying voice. Why do they all talk
It's in the
like that?
internal chat.
Yeah, I got it.
Cool. I just got it off Mr. Sensible's Discord.
He dropped it in his piss cup.
I fixed it.
I can't see it now because I'm sharing.
The issue. It seems that when Zoom did the upgrade, it changed the bloody defaults. Changed the video.
Are you using the Zoom upgraded version of Zoom? Okay.
I do, unless I know I'm going to need to share. Unless I'm running a stream.
Yeah, I should never try to reinstall Zoom because it was working quite all right until I played with it. Can I press play yet? I want to see
press play.
I want to see what this drop kick is.
Oh, he's been very dishonest.
Well,
yeah, both. Dishonest and disingenuous.
Okay, Mr. Sensible, this is what I asked you to do. You've not done it right, you've done it incorrect, and I want to show you for what you need to do to try and make the point that you're trying to make, which is not the points that we're making. But let's just demonstrate the point that you're trying to make and show how it should be done properly. Here we have a cushion that's relatively round in shape, and I'm going to use these little ribs as the scale marker. Just so happens it's nice and easy to work on. We have these two batteries here that represent the platforms, and you'll notice if I bring the camera in, you've got, let's go with this rib that is behind, that would be the 9th mile, 8th, the 7th mile, kind of represents the 7th with regards to where the 7 mile first platform is to the 9 point something mile second platform is. And then what we need to do is put the horizon 1 unit away, like 9 units behind these. So we'll go 9 from this one. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That's where that we need to make the horizon like that. The problem is I can't actually get the thing.
Yeah, just pop.
So he's complaining about Mr. Sensible not scaling properly, where he's literally just done the equivalent of probably about, I don't know, at a guess, maybe 9,000 kilometers away.
Yeah.
Like, if that was the world, each of those grid squares that he's counting out would be about 1,000 k. So he's just moved it 9,000 k away and expected to be able to bring that back over the edge. Yeah, good on you, you lying piece of crap.
That's because he's an idiot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do we need to watch anymore?
Yeah.
Yeah, no. Watch it.
Because the ball's that small, I can't actually get it like that. That's to doing it relatively to scale, right? They're the units that are required to do the test that you're supposed to be doing, right? So I'm going to have to give it massively in your favour and give you a 1 in 5 rather than a 1 in 10 ratio. Because as we know on your model, Mr. Sensible, we know the horizon is 1.2 miles away from the observer height of a foot. But we're seeing 10 miles. So 1.2 to 10 is a 1 in 10. I'm going to give you a 1 in 5. So we're going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This rib here is where we're going to put the horizon through the view of the camera, which if you look in the camera view, you'll see it's nearly there. Let's try that. There you go. That represents a very generous 1 in 5. A very generous 1 in 5, and I can't see the other one at all. So I can't really do that because it's not particularly fair on you guys. So I'm going to try and pull this out so it can be seen. Right, there it is. It's just about being seen. But I don't think I can get it to be high enough. Right, you can just about see the tip of the thing, right? So, using the lens from the view of the camera, what Mr. Sensible's argument is that he can make the other thing loom up from behind.
Oh, there.
Okay?
Just did.
Yeah, you
That's
just
his
did.
point.
There you go.
The problem that he's got from our perspective is on a 1 in 5 1 in 5 scale, not a 1 in 10. He can't get the horizon to appear behind the second object. This is our point.
Yeah.
The fact that it does a little bit of looming up caused by the lens is not the point, Mr. Sensible. We agree that if you use a magnifying glass, you can make it do this. In the real world, you don't have a magnifying glass, do you? There is no Snell's law in application in the real world.
Yeah, he did. He's moved the goalpost.
You cannot get
you can't do it
the
on that
horizon
scale.
in the foreground at 1.2 miles to appear 10 miles behind the second platform. You can't do it.
And Mr.
So you
Sensible
are
did do
forced
it. He
to
showed
admit
it.
that you can't do that, Mr. Sensible. And you won't
He
do
already
it, will you?
did.
Because
He
you're
showed
dishonest.
it.
You're a
He showed
liar.
the horizon
You'll somehow
behind
present
it.
yourself as winning, when in actual fact, you can't do the test that we asked you to do because you can't loom the horizon up behind the second platform, which is why it's a black swan. Ah, Mr. Sensible,
really is
what a
such
penis
an
you
idiot.
are.
The,
So let's be honest. Let's be completely open and honest about this situation for a moment.
what, that Riley's a wombat?
Yeah, well, I was going to say, for starters, he said he bitched and whinged about Mr. Sensible's scaling. So Mr. Sensible tried to find the smallest thing in his house that he could use as a representation of the oil rig. But what did Riley use? 2 AA batteries.
Yep.
Yeah.
And then he overscales the distance away that the camera would have been by a factor of 9,000 kilometers in comparison to the side of just like really. Is he
Actually,
doing this?
I think he scaled it back to make it only 5,000 kilometers.
5,000 kilometers. Yeah, no, that's all right then.
Yeah.
Fuck.
And because I was on my little holiday, I haven't really had anything to do with the Black Swan stuff.
You're lucky, Alan.
Yeah, I know, but I've seen the photos, obviously. And how are you supposed to tell where the bloody horizon is in them photos? It's so hazy.
Well, of course. That's why
like
they use
about
it.
5 or 6 potential lines that could be the horizon or cloud and stuff in, but well, yes, is it a typical Travis? Is it a Travis photo?
So,
no,
but
it's typical of the sort of shit he does.
Yeah.
But the thing is, and this has been brought up, and it's not mine, I am stealing it, I'll freely admit that. This whole scenario is not about showing the black swan. It's proving the white swan never existed. So they don't have to prove the black swan. They don't need to prove the possibility of the black swan. They have to prove that the white swan never existed at all.
Yeah.
They don't even understand the concept or the premise of the black swan theory. They're using it totally out of context. Oh,
of course. It's just like, oh look, picture with some horizon.
Yeah. Funny that.
Well.
Yes, because that might be from the set of pictures I did that I used for calling out Travis on the horizon.
Yeah.
Had quite a few. That series when I was styling myself The Plain Truth, because they all had planes in them or helicopters.
Yeah.
So now, more realistically, so that picture was taken. Was it from Florida? Was it?
California.
California, was it?
What? California.
Yes, California.
California. So it was taken from California. So, in essence, for them to actually have a win, they would have to see, say Japan.
Yeah. Or Hawaii would be handy because that's closer.
Well, yeah.
And you can't see Hawaii.
If they could see Hawaii or I don't know, Papua New Guinea or the top edge of Australia.
No.
Or even something just like
Mexico.
I was going to say. No, we're going to have to define what altitude we want, what viewing height they're going to have. But if they're going to stand on the beach and have a viewing height of 2 meters, which I think is reasonable if you're standing on a beach, because that keeps you 6 foot tall and it keeps your feet out of the water.
Who's 6 foot tall around here?
Well, you can walk a bit further back up the beach, can't you?
Okay,
you don't have to chance getting so wet.
Okay.
Yeah, or drown.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But so we're going to have a viewing height of 2 meters. I'd like them to show you a ship that is 60 kilometers away. Because it should be reasonable to get to be able to resolve a ship at 60 kilometers with a decent telescope.
I want to know what's happening with this airplane.
Well, it's gone.
Crashing and burning, isn't it?
It's a submarine plane. It's a submarine plane. It's going into the water.
It's a sub-aquatic.
Oh, one of them.
This is another thing I don't understand with flurfers. If that's a flat plane, that plane would never ever get near that horizon. That'd stay at a constant height in the distance.
Yeah.
If we weren't on a globe, if we were on a flat plane, that'd stay at the same height all the time.
I'm gonna have to call up. I'm gonna have to call up my Excel spreadsheet. Because why does everything take so long to load? From whatever view height you are viewing, if you see, because obviously you're unlikely to see the aircraft at this distance.
No.
However, if you have an aircraft at 10,000 meters, it is going to disappear over the horizon, or the contrail is going to disappear over the horizon, somewhere between 355 and 385 kilometers away, depending on if we go from geometric to the standard refraction of 7/6R.
So since it's almost the same,
That's beyond your local visible horizon.
So how's this sound then, Alan? Because it's somewhat similar to the distance of in Australia from Victoria across to Tasmania. If they went from, we'll go, if they could go somewhere on, we're going to try to find somewhere in California or let me zoom in. Oh, right there will do. In Baja, California.
Yep.
Right.
Yeah.
Near Beefview.
Yep.
All right. And we look across that lovely flat bit of water that's right there. That goes across to
Mexico.
Mexico. Martin and I can't say it.
Martineau?
No.
I don't know.
Desemboku. Desemboku. And I'm going to be saying this wrong, and I apologise. How horrible of me. To measure distance to...
How far are you down?
Well, I'm at Bofu and I'm going straight across.
Oh, where's that plane gone? It just landed in the water.
Right, so from Bufu, Feo, going straight across to Mexico, travelling to the east, puts us at a little town called whatever that's called, Desemboku. It's a lovely distance of about 154 kilometres. Now, if they could stand down on the beach at their 2 metres above sea level and take a picture of the beach on the Mexican shoreline there, then I'll agree with them. Because over that distance, there's no way they'll all see it.
No.
It's a boat plane. No, it's a submarine plane.
A submarine.
Submarine. Aquaplane.
Hot! Tsunami!
Yeah. I'd start running if I were you guys.
Well, clearly it's fractal barotropic shoaling.
Jaws music with just the plane's vertical fin.
Just the tail sticking out of the water.
I think they did that one of the airplane films, didn't they?
Yeah, but it was Cloud.
Cloud, but yeah, same principle.
You're looking at 156 kilometres, aren't you?
About 156k.
Or 150. You have a.
Sorry, Pip.
I'd like to know what distance this is that they're looking at. I don't know if it says. I'd have to go to the original video and see. This is videos of airplanes landing at and taking off from Oakland International Airport as seen from across the bay in San Francisco.
Oakland, yeah.
So you'd have to Google that to see where that is.
Oh, I can show you.
Hey,
California.
Peter.
Yes, Alan.
You have 194 meters of hidden.
Oh, here we go. Why does it keep
591 meters of drop at 156.
Oh, so I could almost. That's almost a. I could build a 2-story house and still not see it.
Yeah, 200. Pretty near 200. Yeah, round it. 200 meters of hidden or 600 meters of drop.
200 meters. That's almost
I mean, 157 k's gives you 600 meters of drop.
And I did the best that I could, Alan. I went all the way right up the Gulf of California, so the waves shouldn't be too big up there.
Oh, sorry. The drop is 6 times 10 to the 3 meters. And the hidden is 1.95 times 10 to the 2 meters.
Oh, I need to find a place in the UK.
I misread that.
I need to find a place in the UK where the jolly idiot can go and do it for himself, where he should be able to see it with a camera.
Can anyone read the data for this distance that this plane across the bay there?
I can show you on
how far across the? I can tell you what the drop is if you can give me the distance. I have my hand.
Across the bay.
I have my handy hidden and drop table in front of me.
San Francisco Bay.
I can't read that.
I should imagine he's at Double Rock, looking across to.
Just let me make this as big as I possibly can, Terry.
Yeah, I'd do it, but I'd have to do it full screen so I could see it better.
Yeah, it's awfully blurry by the time I zoom in on it.
Yeah, I've got it set at. Yeah. I don't think it. Yeah, it's already set at 720.
Yeah.
But it says says the locations from.
Is this video in your server?
Milton Airport and
I've got this video on my watch later.
Just leave that there for a second while I type it in.
Yeah. I was just saying, I've got the picture on Google Pro if you want to see it.
Yeah, work it out from Google Pro. I just wanted to know what the distance was.
You know what I mean, Alan? If we could get a location where Sleeping Warrior can go and make his own observation.
There's plenty because he lives in Blackpool and there's loads of coast where you can get whatever distance you want across water.
And we give him a bearing from a location and what he should be able to see on a flat Earth and what he should be able to see on a globe Earth, and say, make the observation so that you can see what you should be able to see on a flat Earth.
What I can remember, Blackpool Airport's right on the coast as well.
So you can just make out where his point A and point B are on that little map that he's got there.
Right, I'm just
So if
looking.
you can copy that onto your Google Pro. Well, obviously you know where the airport will be. So
Yeah, I can see the airport. What's
that
that?
end's not a problem.
Where your mouse is?
That end.
Yeah. Where's that?
It just says across the bay. So
Just
what the
says
other?
San Francisco.
So one
That
end.
bit, yeah.
So the airport's
That's
the left
Brisbane.
side.
No, that's the other side. Brisbane, where your mouse is now.
Yes.
Move. No, back again. The other end. That says Brisbane, does it?
I can't read it from here.
Can't read it.
If that's Brisbane, that's not far opposite the airport.
Well, it has to be an airport there somewhere.
Which I haven't
on one
got
end or
that.
the other.
Hang on, just don't move.
I haven't got the angle.
Yeah, so the airport's the bottom one, Terry.
Right.
Yep.
That's Oakland Airport.
Right.
And the other one's
And
Brisbane.
the other one up the top, just don't move your arrow for a second.
That's Brisbane, isn't it?
I can't read it at all.
North Beach. Hang on.
Yeah, it's a shame the quality's not, or he didn't do it full
looks
screen
like
to show us.
Brisbane.
Just hang on, Terry. I'm.
Yep, that is Brisbane.
Let me go to satellite view.
Just work out the topography of the coastline
Yeah, that's what
near there.
that's what I'm doing, Terry. And that way I can give Matt a.
And obviously, it lights up as a main town.
Okay. Where I want you to go, Matt, is there's a Pier 40.
Yeah.
You see where the Pier 40 is, just near Oakland Park there, Oracle Park.
Here, hang on. Because they don't look the same as Google Earth.
No, he's using an old map. That's what it is.
Is that
I think he's only using Google Earth, not Google Pro.
Yeah. Does that say Brisbane on there?
Not on mine, it doesn't.
Right at the top. What's that say then? The word.
No, you've gone too far up, I think, Mad.
I'll go to Google Maps if I can get it.
No, I'm looking on Kerry's map.
Yeah, no, I'm going to see if I can read what that is then.
Brisbane.
Well, I'm looking at it right now on.
Out and up there.
I think he's a bit above Brisbane.
Oh, right.
Yeah, no, he's
Let's see,
definitely
let's see.
above Brisbane.
Down there, up there.
And the places he
So, can you see where the? Can
Oracle
you see where the
Park,
Yeah,
maybe?
can you see where the freeway is, Mad?
Yeah,
Where the bridge is?
Freeway, yeah.
Right. So just zoom into that area. There's a little bit of a park.
Yeah, we'll go into the ocean or the one above it.
There.
The park.
Oh, here
if
we
you
are.
zoom in,
Yeah, look at this.
Ferry building.
yeah, if you zoom into that park, there's a whole heap of beach harbours, Pier 40 area.
Here we go. If you can street view that.
Yeah, I have, Terry, and I can see that exactly area. I'm looking at that right. What you've got on right now.
And he's got those boats in a
It's
little
almost
harbour.
at the bridge, isn't it?
No, it's not up that far. It's at the South Beach Park.
Yeah,
South Beach,
there's a
yeah,
pier
Oracle
with
Park,
a lot of
South
boats
Beach
in
Harbour.
it.
Mad?
I've got
South,
that.
South Beach Park.
Yeah.
Where the boats are.
Yeah.
So it's just across the road from the marina. I mean the
I
South
think
Beach
it's right by
Marina
China
apartment.
Basin. South,
Yeah.
Yes, China Basin, South Beach area.
Oh, a bleep.
Go away.
And going by his height, I'd say a good 3 metres above the water level. Because he was under that height there. So that's a tripod height, isn't it, Nelly?
So you're looking at landing on the runway, are you there, Terry?
Yeah, straight through.
So would we be of consensus if I picked the centre of the runway, that would be a fair and accurate location?
Yeah.
As in the centre of the length of the runway?
Well,
because by that stage,
there we go.
Well, for you guys, it's 14 kilometres, roughly.
Yeah. Well, I said 16. So
yeah, he's landing right on the runway. So to the right, I'd go. Yeah, the north end would be that end of the runway where he lands on. So if you pick the middle of the runway, yeah, that's close enough, probably nearly. But
so Mad got 14, I got 16. So if we pick
15.
the difference,
yeah, I got 15. I got 15.7.
Yeah, go with 15, Alan, because that's
It's in between the two.
Is that kilometres?
In between the three.
Yeah,
yeah.
kilometres.
15k.
15k-ish.
And how many kilometres are those oil rigs out?
9 and...
No, miles, weren't they?
Oh, were they miles?
6 and 9 miles.
Ah.
So about the same distance.
Yep.
About the same distance for the furthest one. 9 kilometres, about 15k.
Well, 10 kilometres, 10 miles, Terry, is 16 kilometres.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's just it's just a fraction further, yeah.
It's a fraction further.
Yeah.
And we've got a little bit of refraction, and I think we've seen a little bit of where's that?
For this, I have a hidden of 2 meters.
2 meters.
Yeah, that's all.
Well,
a hidden of 2 meters and a drop of 6.
So you look at that plane. You look at that plane there. So you can just see the edge of the wings.
Ooh. Well, that doesn't include your viewer height.
Well, the viewer height was from the pier where he's here.
Yeah, no, my table is for a view. 0 meters.
Yeah, it's as if you were looking from your feet height.
Okay, so
yes,
I'm trying to just if I can just pan the other way. Well,
so
there.
Stop there. Yep.
Yeah. Now if we work it out, that handrail will have to be at least a metre.
Yeah. Well, don't forget the airport is surrounded by a wall of stone as well, so the airport's actually lower.
Just stop there.
Slightly lower than.
So we're looking. If I'm not mistaken, as a guess, if you look just to the left of that pole with the light on it, and to the bottom, and go to the bottom on the other side there, Terry.
What here?
No. There. Yeah. Down. Back towards the right. Just down. Yeah, that pole there, but go down to the bottom. If you have a look to the left, just to the left in that section there, you can see the other pylon of that other section that goes out. Yep, there.
Yeah.
So I reckon that would probably, from the water height up, you're probably looking at about 2, maybe more meters
above the water.
Above the water line.
Yep.
So, which would put the camera height at close to 3 meters above water height.
Well, that's what I guessed. That's what I worked it out at.
Just
because he's just below that rail.
Yep.
And going by the structure of this pier, it goes across, and it's almost level over there, and that looks a good 2 meters there.
Yeah, I'd be saying he's a good at least 3 meters.
I'd say 3 meters. Yeah, I'd say a good 3 meters from the water. Because I can just see that pylon going down to the water and going by the structure. Yep.
Yeah, and when that plane was taxiing before, you could just see the tops of the wings.
Right, so observer height, we're going to go with 3 meters.
Yep, I'd go 3 meters.
15,000 meters for the
Distance.
thing. And the viewer and the target size is what's the height of a 737?
Just hang on. We'll see how good Google is today.
Is that
what do we say that is? That's going to be. I'm wondering to the back of the aircraft rather than because we see the tail sticking up, don't we? In fact, we can just see the back of the aircraft.
747.
Guessing the top of the fuselage is probably going to be about 5 meters.
Okay, so
top of the tail is going to be about 10.
So the height of a 747 at the tail is 19.4 meters.
Yeah, I thought that was more of a. I thought that was a. I said 737 based on. I thought it was a twin. That
Yeah,
sort of size.
That's not a 7.4.
It's a 7.3, is it?
It's something about that sized. Could be an Airbus. Could be a.
So the height of a 737 and a 737-700, you're looking at 12.3 meters to the tip of the tail.
Yeah, that wasn't a bad guess at 10 then, was it?
No.
Remember, you can see half the fuselage there. In fact, you can see most of the fuselage.
Just
certainly see the window light.
Let me see if I can find.
Can't see the front wings though.
I would say you're roughly seeing
3 meters is
see
missing.
the winglets.
Yeah, you can just see
you can,
see the winglets.
Yeah.
That's what I was saying before. You can see the winglets. So,
but you can't see the wing. So,
Blue, would it be under technical specifications or overview?
I don't really know.
Okay.
I would think it's a couple of meters to the bottom of a 737.
Well, you're right about at the door, just about at the front door level.
Level with the bottom of the front door.
Yeah, not more than 3 meters.
Terry, can I just?
Colin reckons 6 meters to the top of the cabin.
So hang on. Can I just can you pause that and I'll just throw a 737 up on the screen?
Yeah, I can stop sharing if you want.
Yeah. I'll just do this quickly.
If you could get the exact make of the plane going by the colouring, it'd even be better. No, that's not the same colouring.
It's not the same colouring, but look at the shape of the wing.
Got the winglets on the end.
Winglets.
Yeah.
The tail's the same. The engine's in the right spot. That door's in the right spot.
Next generation.
So that's a standard door height. Those are standard door heights.
Sort of.
Are they? Or are they?
We don't know if it's an A380 or not. Even those big ones.
Those jetways adjust up and down quite a bit.
Yeah, it's probably it's either a 737 or an A320.
Yeah, 320. That's what
they are very roughly speaking, they are very close dimensionally because they are designed to do the same job. So they were built. The 737 is that the 737 itself is notoriously built very low to the ground. This is the problem they've had with the Max and Whitecraft because they had to try and squeeze these supergiant engines under the wings. They basically moved the engines forwards and lifted them up because otherwise they wouldn't have fitted under the wing between the wing and the ground. and and then they corrected for it with software which kind of had problems.
Yeah, the bottom of the original 737 engines, the engine nacelles were flattened.
Yeah. And so, yeah, I mean, a 737, I think the bottom of a 737 is like 1.82 meters.
So hang on.
I probably have to duck my head to walk under one.
That's the best I can nearly get to pause it. Best shot.
Yeah, I mean, that's
that
from that shot, all you can really say 737 or A320.
Yeah, but look how long the landing legs are.
It's on special stilt, so it doesn't get wet.
That's a dragster.
So,
but the thing is, the A320 was basically designed to do the same job as a 737.
I think it might
so
be.
The dimensions are very, very similar.
So A320, you said.
Colin, are you sending me?
Yeah, that's the other. That's the other option. I mean, it is either a 737 or A320.
Because
for these photos, it's quite hard to tell.
Oh, that doesn't show up, Colin.
If you could see that it had flattened engine nacelles at the bottom.
That's a
here we go.
7.3. You can tell by looking at it.
Can you guys see this?
Because of those nacelles.
Yeah.
Is that
actually, you're lucky I'm an expert.
Oh, it's in feet, Colin. Jeez.
It's a flipping. Oh, it's got some meters.
Oh, that's got some meters that way.
It's got both.
Yeah.
It's look in the brackets, Terry.
Oh, okay. Anyway, that one.
Give
Got
you
a
the
height.
height.
Where's the height?
So no, that's all right. We can use that. Go back up to that top one, Terry. Just go upwards to there.
Where's the height?
Yeah, they don't have any heights except
Yeah,
the tail fin.
That's the width.
Engine. It seems to be implying the gap between the ground and the bottom of the engine nacelle is less than half a meter.
a GT40 could drive under it, just.
No, it's 18 inches, Terry, not 40 inches.
40 inches. Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
It's
46
centimeters.
Oh,
18
46
inches.
centimeters. Oh, sorry.
Like we said, when they put high bypass turbofans in it instead of the original turbojets, yeah, they had to flatten the bottom of the nacelle to get it under the wing. Is why they haven't been. Which is why putting the even bigger engines into the Max has been involved pushing them forward and lifting them up.
I
can't tell whether that's got flattened nacelles or not.
Yeah.
Because that's how you tell from the front if it's a 737.
I have that picture once Terry's finished showing what he wants to show Alan. So that shows that explanation that you were just saying.
Yeah, with those legs on that landing gear on that, those engines are never going to touch the ground.
We've got here 737.
Yeah, that's what I showed before. That's what I showed before, Terry.
Cabin. Okay.
Was that height cabin?
It's got cabin here.
84 or 213 centimeters.
Yeah, two
meters.
8.1 meters.
Yeah.
I think that's actually the internal internal height of the cab.
Yeah, that's what it is.
That must be the internal height of the cabin because that can't be the.
Oh yeah, that is. That's insane.
Oh yeah, that's internal.
Height is 36 foot.
Yeah, I'm guessing that's 36 foot to the top of the tail.
Yes. Yeah.
You don't realise how big some of these planes are until one's driving towards you.
Can I just steal it for a moment,
Oh,
Terry?
yeah. Sorry.
No, you're right.
What do you need? Oh, you need that. Yeah.
I'll just do this, and this shows what Alan was just explaining before, how they flattened out the bottom half of the motor or the engine so that it wouldn't drag on the bitumen.
Yeah.
Because when they originally designed the 737 in the 60s, they were using them skinny old turbojets, and so they fitted under the wing without any trouble. And the reason the aircraft is so low to the ground is because they wanted it to be able to operate out of airfields that didn't have jetways, that didn't have specialist equipment for loading the luggage. So the luggage hatch, when it's open, it's actually low enough for a baggage handler to literally put baggage into the hold manually.
Off the trolley, as it would be.
Yeah.
Literally off the trolley into the hold. That's
put-
why the thing is so low.
Put is not the word I'd use.
Yeah, throw.
Throw. Yes, I know. I almost said throw, and then I thought
you'd be nice.
Partially kind. But yeah, 737s are really close to it. You can literally stand next to one of the.
Wouldn't the word
be place? It's not much over a meter.
Place the luggage into it.
Yeah. Place with much force.
Yeah.
The cargo hold is sort of like, well, a bit over waist height for me. I think maybe shoulder height for Peter.
Thanks, Alan.
Oh, you know. You're the one that complained about me using a 2-meter viewing height while standing on the beach.
Well, I could have a 2-meter viewing height. I'd just have to stand on a milk crate to get it.
You'd have to stand on a 2-meter ladder.
Thanks. I'm not that short.
Yeah, but you climb up the rung.
Oh, the first. Oh, you're talking about safe because you know.
No. Yeah. I didn't say you got to stand on the top rung.
Ooh, chips in the oven. Oh, forget to. Just remember to undo the umbilical cord.
Oh, well, that was interesting.
Hey, Terry. Is it all right if I jump in for a second?
Yeah, where are you?
He's in Discord.
I'm in my conservatory. Discord, dude. It's all right.
It's all right.
I just wanted to clarify everything. Everything you guys are saying is correct in most respects.
Oh,
just
good.
That,
thank
you. The deck of the aircraft is at 4 meters, right? But that's actually measured to the middle of the tires, because tires need air pressure to actually pump them up. So then you've got the 2 meters on top of the deck as cabin height. So that gives you a total of just over about 6 to 6.5 meters to the actual top of the fuselage.
So say the wing height what would that height be? Would that be
well, the wing height will vary because the wing height will vary in flight, obviously, because it's going to flex up.
So
landing.
Well, even on the ground, you got dihedral in it. So
yeah, that's it. Right, but obviously when it's on the ground and it's rolling along, it will be at its steady level mostly.
Right.
Okay. Anyway, sorry about that. I just wanted to jump in and make sure it was clear.
No, you're right. You're fine.
Very good.
I used to work on big things like that, and I actually built A380s.
Nice.
Okay.
You know you're cheating by being in Discord, you know.
Oh, I know.
15 kilometres.
I'm going to get out now.
Anyway, at 15 kilometres, according to Mr. Bislin, at 15 kilometres, the hidden is 6.1 metres and the drop is 17.6 metres.
6.
And I believe that's.
Can we share that
That's
somehow
no
when you
refraction.
get
If
the
I've got
results? So I've got a
refraction
record.
in.
Can you do do a screen capture, Alan?
Well, I'll tell you what I'll do. If somebody will let me share.
Oh, okay. There.
That's another way of recording it.
Yeah. Anyway, it doesn't matter which way, as long as we've got a record of it.
So there's
And
the
I can read it.
test calculator.
As long as we can read it.
Resistance is futile.
No, it's not.
Resistance is futile.
It seems the it seems the zoom in uses the same key combination as that I use. What key combination is that? That is
Alt Z.
no. Is it? So it's Control Plus. Oh yeah, Control Plus is zoom in, isn't it?
Yep.
Oh well, because I was firing out straight out of the keyboard. Oh, there is. There is basic. Observer heights. Here is target data.
What are we going to use it for refraction?
Use target data.
How much refraction do you think we should use?
Well, if you look at that, look at the graph with the refraction in there, it actually shows you what it actually shows you it.
The variable, yeah.
With the variable, and that's standard. That is with refraction set to standard, I believe.
Zero.
No, you got standard naught.
Yeah, refraction is set.
Standard,
refraction is set to standard.
Only after you click that.
Yeah, you didn't have it before.
Okay. I think it had first. It's the graph at the bottom was still with the graph at the bottom was with refraction set in, so that's still standard. I believe that is standard refraction.
I don't think that
visible. Yeah,
but it's it shows it to be.
Why is it not showing? Go back up. Oh, you're on the refraction tab.
I'm now on the refraction. We have refraction not at 0.
Well, yeah, the 0 there will set the refraction to 0. When you click standard, it changes it. Yeah, there you go. Click that standard and it'll set it back to standard.
Refraction, you got 0.17.
If I set that now to 6 meters. Yeah, so a 6 meter target with standard refraction, you can
click standard again. Push the standard button.
That is standard.
Yeah, push it.
Yeah, I did.
Okay.
Yeah, it's pushed. That's 0.
Right.
0 refraction. You don't see the back of the aircraft. Standard refraction, you see a decent amount of it.
Yep.
And I would say, judging by the amount of crap that was going on as the aircraft was landing with the vertical stretching of the undercarriage, that was a day with a decent amount of refraction, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, they're not standard legs, Alan.
Click on a refraction itself.
Terry, internal chat.
Click on the word refraction. No, not that word. Up at the top, next to standard. See the tab that says refraction?
Next, yeah.
Right there, click that. Click that. Now, go down. You see you've got Now you got choices. So you can go to standard atmosphere, K values. You can go to 7/6 or 7/2. See the little buttons down there?
Yes.
There.
Let's do 7/2. Well, that's a lot of refraction, isn't it? That lets us see pretty much the whole damn thing.
Yeah.
By the look of it.
And on the premise that it is an airport, so you've got all that, be it concrete or whatever other surface they've
you
got
the
there.
land. You got the land.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of heat coming off it as well.
Yep.
So
it
you're going
depends
to have.
if he's landing on the inner airport or the one nearest the water. So
Yeah, but you're still going to have that cold air next to warm air.
Yeah, but it depends which one you're looking at, because one's right next to the water.
Yeah.
The other airport, which
it's working out the margin of error, really, isn't it?
Yeah.
But either way, we can see that we're not seeing the whole aircraft when it lands, and the bit of the aircraft we can't see is the
refracted bit. Is the hidden bit.
Oh, it's the bit that's hidden by the lumpy bits.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's still disappearing bottom up.
Funny that, isn't it?
Oh, exactly. Exactly.
And that's only 15 kilometers away.
Yeah.
You know, if the Earth was tabletop flat, 15 k's away, you should still be able to see the whole lot.
Yep.
The only thing that would change would be the size of the plane itself.
Given the angular size of the aircraft.
Yeah.
Did you see all the airplanes at the airport?
Terry, did you see that message on the internal chat?
Oh dear.
Yeah, I answered it.
Oh, okay. Oh.
Have you seen what Boggs has posted in Discord?
No.
Oh, Colin just showed us. Look, there you go.
What was that runway elevation?
Have you?
San Francisco airport, Blue.
I'll be back in a minute, Alan. I'll just stop you sharing for a sec.
That's,
I'll be back.
If you give me a moment.
That's the airport runway, so you can see how low to the water to sea level it is.
Yeah, those runway elevations are listed.
No, I don't think that's it's not that airport.
That's not that one.
No.
It's
no. You want Oakland. You want Oakland one.
Yeah.
That one then. Somebody put it up.
Yeah, Boggs put it up. It's Oakland International Airport.
Yeah, San Francisco Airport runways.
Yeah, not what you. Wasn't.
Oh, might be that one then. Try this one.
I have a runway elevation according to Google of 1 to 2 meters.
Okay.
If you run the cursor down the length of the runway, it's
that's not the airport. You've got the wrong airport, Bob.
Yeah, just
1
give
to
me
2 meters.
Give me a second, Terry.
There you go, Terry.
No.
Can you see that?
Yes. Zoom in.
See, I should imagine he's landing on this strip here.
Yeah, outside one. That's
exactly.
the international.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's the international bit out there.
Yeah.
And that runway has an elevation of 1 to 2 meters according to Google.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, let's look it up. We'll look it up.
I just zapped it.
And it's got a bank, as you can see around.
And we're seeing that building there, just to your right of your cursor. I'd say that one there. We're seeing that building.
One there. Yeah.
Is that's Oakland Airport?
Yes, Blue.
Yeah. San Francisco Bay.
Oakland International.
There you go. I'll show you where it is. Look. Bay Farm Island.
Wait a minute. There's some land in between. Where you?
No, not between. Not between.
No, there isn't.
No, there's not.
There. Two across there. Look.
Oh.
No, from the viewing point to the from what we think is the viewing point to the airport to the center of the runway is about 15 k's.
Yeah.
Because obviously it depends on It would depend how long you get. Would depend on which end of the runway you pick, or just how far up the runway you pick.
Boggs picked the airport to your left and down a bit. Picked the wrong side.
He picked this. He picked this one, did he?
No, down to your left on the other side. He picked.
What,
he
this
picked
one?
Yeah, no, across the bay.
I think he picked SFO.
Oh, that one.
Yeah, he picked that one. Wrong one, Boggs.
Yeah, I think that's the main San Francisco International.
That one there.
The elevation is 9
You have to
feet.
remember.
How many was that, Blue?
9 feet.
9 feet. So it's
A little,
yeah,
little
just
under 3
3
meters.
meters.
Yeah.
About a foot under 3 meters.
Yeah, I didn't realise they had 3 airports right in the same vicinity.
Can we throw this one out to the Flurfer crowd to get them to try to debunk it, like the bloody oil rigs?
Yeah, the oil rigs is just opposite. Well, I say opposite, a little bit further down. Whoops.
We'll call this our white swan.
I've lost myself.
Let me see
Down
that.
here somewhere in it, Blue.
Where's that? Yeah, you see the islands right there?
Yeah.
Wait a minute.
Santa
Yeah,
Rosa.
yeah, right.
Yeah.
Uh,
is that the oil rig there?
Wait. No. I'm not even sure you're on the right islands. You're not. Yeah, you are.
That's Santa
Anacapa.
Cruz.
See Anacapa. Take your hand up above Anacapa. Right up in there.
Can I ask? Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
When the aircraft is coming into with that head-on photo shot of the aircraft coming into land,
Further up.
okay, why can't you see the San Mateo Bridge?
Ah, there they are.
There you go, right there.
When it's head-on, because it's looking down, you'd expect him to be able to see the San Mateo Bridge.
Haven't we got a street view of where the photo was taken? The camera won't go from there.
I can show you.
That's down here somewhere. Was he on this bit here?
You won't be able to zoom in far enough with Street View, Terry.
No, you can't. Don't do it on Street View. It's a little difficult to find it. Draw. Let's find the 2 oil rigs.
I was talking about the airplane one with the jetty.
Oh.
There might have been a street view there.
I'll give it a go, but
yeah,
I'll give it a go. It's all right, but I still think you won't be able to zoom in enough.
Yeah, show the airport again.
Too far up. Where am I? Meow.
Yeah, got it. Yeah, I got the right approach plate.
Yeah. If you want to go down to, well, I won't be able to do it from here, will I? See if that'll let me. Meow. Meow. Right, we should
get a street view there somewhere.
Yeah. We can't. I was hoping to get
There's
onto
the
that
airport
bit,
over
but I
there
can't.
somewhere.
Yeah, the airport's over there. Right, and the picture was taken from
over there somewhere.
Over there. Yeah. Over there.
They're parked on the wrong side of the road, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. It's awful, isn't it?
Meow. Yeah. I'm just trying to get. Yeah.
So what did we conclude?
That everything is in where we thought it should be.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's exactly how we expect to see it.
We now know. We saw exactly.
And I'm still a
what
bit
we
cross
saw.
with Boggs. And I'm still cross with Boggs because I've seen what he's posted about me in Discord.
Oh, I haven't looked. Let's see what he's posted. Where's he put it? Fair suck?
Fair suck, yeah.
What? Where do you?
Yeah, you
I
got the
can't.
wrong. You got the wrong one, Boggs. Definitely.
That's what I said.
Oh no, it's colon.
Yeah, Colin's got the wrong one too.
Yeah. What's Boggs
Yeah.
put?
But just scroll up a little bit.
Scrolling up.
You remind him of Jack Douglas.
Yeah.
Oh right.
Hi, NA.
That's a bit cruel.
Hey, NA. Oh, NA's naked. And four bacons.
So we had 3 meters and 6 meters. Now to the top of the fusion.
Yeah, I did say sorry.
NA, you can't get your spanny because you put four bacons.
Oh no.
So we need
counted?
to pump that.
Is he not applicable twice? NNA.
We need to bump that height up to
I did a clean out last night, NA, because we had a problem in the side chat with some people. So the only way to clear the board was to clear everyone. There was some collateral damage. I'm sorry.
It's all right. Life will go on.
So there we go. That's with the that's allowing for the 2.6 meters of elevation of the runway and the 6 meters to the top of the fuselage.
Okay.
So we're going to see most of that fuselage, aren't we?
Oh, we did.
Yeah. Exactly what we did.
That's with the that's with the 7/2.
No.
That's with the 7/6.
We can't see that, Alan.
Oh bugger!
Alan, we can't
I'd
see
stop
it.
sharing it. Okay.
I'm just sorry.
You can't see it.
Yeah.
Sorry, Mippet's rubbing off on me.
Sorry.
There we go.
Alan, did he mention lightning?
Yeah, you forgot to mention the lightning.
Lightning.
Is it lightning?
The lightning.
Right. There you go. There's what you see with the 7/2.
I think No Name's trying to do something.
And that's what you see with the
sneaky up there.
7/6.
And NA didn't fall for it.
But Alan, you have the power to delete it.
That's standard atmosphere.
I think NA answered correctly, though.
Yeah. Hey, good answer. Mippet, nag.
But as we said, I think we're seeing a bit more than the standard atmosphere there, and
just a wee bit, yeah.
Yeah, that's
68. Yeah, because we'll always owe you one.
I'm trying to read that from here. Which numbers is relevant in that? Trying to work out. Still trying to understand all this stuff. Drop to surface or drop from eye level? Horizon dip. I don't worry about the dip angle. Hidden height.
hidden is what you yeah. But remember, we're looking at. Damn, is he using? Why does that say distance on the surface 11,570 meters? But what should we see in the same situation?
My video, Colin, you're talking about?
Hidden point 2.
Yes, no name. You're supposed to have gone to sleep. Sorry we made it interesting for you at the end. We weren't knocking off in about half an hour ago.
I woke him up.
Oh.
Why did you
Serves
do
him
that?
right for sleeping with headphones on.
I think Colours is on in Google Earth too.
Oh,
Where was he sleeping?
In bed, he fell out, he said, because he had his
He said
headphones
he
on.
fell out of bed when you were doing your reading your book.
Bacon, 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 bacon.
I'm trying to remember how you turn on the to show it split between Flurf and. How do you split it to show it between Flurf and curved?
Oh, can you? I didn't realise you could do that.
Yeah, well, yeah, this one. I thought this one did.
We got a show tutorial at the top. Tutorial. I'll get it right in a minute. At the top, Alan.
Yeah, I was.
If you see it says plus show tutorial. Yeah, there. I don't know if that gives you an option there. Oh. No. Hide tut. Yeah. That just hides your graph.
Option model globe plus. Ah, okay. Option model globe plus FE.
Oh, there it is.
Yeah.
Plus FE, yeah, both.
Boom. There you go.
Boom.
Eye level. Oh, look. That's just like the landmass on Aussie Bowler's photograph. Landmass, water mass. 2 horizontals.
That's Demonic's picture.
Oh, it's demonics, is it?
Yeah.
Oh, right. Not hidden, point 2. Yeah, I like that. Flat Earth, visible target, 8.6 hidden, nothing.
Nothing.
Yeah, globe, 2.246 meters, quarter of a meter is hidden. Flat Earth, none. They lost again.
Yeah. Stick another 7 in the cap.
Yeah. Here are the results for the weekends. Flat
That's
Earth.
with the 7/2.
Yeah, that'd be.
Yeah, go back.
One.
Let's go back to your
lost.
Go back to your standard refraction. Just click standard again.
That's standard atmosphere.
Yeah.
Oh, that's better. 4.39 meters hidden.
Look how much the horizon has dropped.
Yeah.
But 4.9 meters is hidden, but don't forget the runway's at 3 meters.
Yeah.
So that means
2 meters is hidden.
You did say there was a couple of meters.
Yeah, that's why we can still see the top half of the plane, but we can't see the bottom half.
Yeah.
Yeah, because for the target, I've made it to the top of the fuselage, including the height of the runway.
Yeah, I wish they wouldn't use the bulge height. I wish they'd call it radius height, because it's not a bulge.
chord height actually.
Are we seeing a bit of looming or anything?
Yeah, there is.
Yeah, there is.
Yeah, you can tell by the length of the landing legs.
And it looks, and yeah, from the length of the landing legs, it looks like it looks like it's significantly more than standard refraction.
Yes.
So,
yes.
You can put a value in there. I would use something like maybe 0.3. Coefficient K right there. Change that from 0.17 to 0.3. Now, that's medium refraction.
Ah, 9 foot. Visible height 5.4 meters. Hidden 3.
Oh, Colin, we worked it out. It was about 3 meters. That was a guesstimate.
I'm not looming.
Oh, location.
Location.
Yeah, it was a boat jetty and a wharf.
Yeah.
You said Oakland or Oak?
Yeah, so it's Oracle Park, ORACLE Park. And just in between that, and there's a boat jetty area, and he's up on the.
He's got to go. He's got to go. Got to go and see my new granddaughter on a 3D baby scan. Okay, Colin.
Have fun.
It's not looming. It's zooming. It's jump ball.
Just the bulge, as they call it, is actually just the chord height.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just a curve, part of the curve.
It's the distance. It's the bit from where your feet are to where the bottom of the thing.
It's sea level to sea level.
We got a Perga 1 in the side, just checking.
Yeah.
Where a Perga 1 is.
Just checking.
Perga. Just checking.
Checking.
Yeah, I was looking through a few of YouTube's videos of creators that did any observations, and these ones I found. I'll keep looking, see if I can find any more.
Has Rumpus been rumpusing anyone lately, or has he took a break?
Oh, I haven't heard from him lately.
He's rumpus Nathan a time or two.
I think Rumpus is himself.
Yeah.
So we got out of this enough information?
Yeah.
I think so, Terry.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll call this the red.
I'll stop sharing again.
We'll call this our red kangaroo. I want to call it black swan. We'll call it a red kangaroo.
Kangaroo. I'd rather have a black swan come after me than a red kangaroo. Any day of the week.
Yeah. I don't know. They can both break your. They can both break your thigh quite happily. So.
Well, they could, but you can grab hold of a swan a lot easier than a red kangaroo.
Yeah, you can grab a swan's neck. Whereas I'll give you a red hot tip: don't try to grab a kangaroo's feet as they come up to kick you.
I've seen a guy punch one.
Oh yeah, I've seen guys. Yeah, I've seen guys punch them. Kangaroos look a bit dazed. And think,
yeah, that was a grey. I don't think that was a red.
Which are bigger and meaner, the reds or the greys?
Reds. Reds. When a red stands up straight, the big.
You're a little bit taller than you.
Yeah, the big males would be taller than you, Alan.
And
they tower over me.
and they look like they've been in the gym for 3 years.
Are you taller than 6 foot, Alan?
I am 6 foot.
Yeah,
Well, I
I'm
can
six,
stand up straight.
yeah, I'm 6 foot as well.
Yeah, no, they're taller than when they actually stand up and you know, like just stand up straight. They're like over 6 foot tall.
Yeah.
Hmm.
And they've got biceps that look like someone's been in the gym for like 3 years non-stop, Alan. They really do look pumped.
Yeah.
There's a famous like he passed away a few years ago now, but there's a famous kangaroo that
I
was
think
one
I've
of
seen the photos. It looks absolutely ripped.
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
he used to pick up the galvanized steel buckets, and he'd cuddle them. And when he cuddled them, he'd crush them like an aluminium can.
Yeah.
Right.
Well,
Okay. Yeah. I guess you don't want to. I guess you don't want to argue with a big red then.
Yeah. Don't have an arm wrestle with them.
Even trucks doing 80 kilometers an hour up the highway don't want to mess with the big reds, Alan. They make a mess of the trucks. So.
Yeah, like hitting a big deer.
I'm anywhere from 5'8" to 6'4", depending on which convenience store I'm walking out of.
Jeez, I thought you were going to say depends on what cowboy boots you got on, Blue. But...
I was going to say red shoes, actually. But...
Well, thanks everyone. Well, who's left? Alan, Pippett's still here, Mad's still here, Peter's still here, and Big Blue's still here. So we'll catch us all later. Probably Monday night we might do a bit of a or whatever. Who we had in the chat? We had Boggs, Linzag, Dora, Colin, NA. Oh, no name. He should have been asleep by now. Ozzy Glovehead.
Yeah, Dan Fairchair. I just got my chips getting ready.
Oh, we're going over to Discord for coffee and biscuits. You've got to bring your own.
Oh, that's all right then.
And don't forget to leave super chats for so I can buy some subs.
Oh
Bye,
yeah,
everyone.
you forgot to read back to the site, didn't you?
Yeah, I know. I keep forgetting that.
Bye, everybody.
All right.
Bye
Have fun.
Thanks for
Thank
coming.
you.
Later.
Bye.
Biscuits and coffee. Bring your own.